Is your witness out there? Is the witness out there?
He's down the hall, Judge.
All right.
He's down the hall.
All right, bringing the jury in. All right, be seated, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope everyone had a good evening. We're going to continue with the trial. We're going to resume with the testimony of Detective Bailey. Officer, can you bring in Detective Bailey, please? All right. Somebody's got to mute your computer, please. It's not just muted, it's the sound has to be on completely. Muted and the sound has to be turned off.
I'll take care of that. Just, I'll take care of it. Sorry, Lauren.
It's the speaker. There you go. Thank you.
Because of the break, we'll re-swear Detective Bailey. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony given to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Detective Bryan Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
Thank you, Detective. Have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. Again, if you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. We'll resume the testimony, the direct testimony of Detective Bailey. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I think yesterday we concluded your testimony talking about some articles of clothing that you recovered from the rear of the farmhouse.
Yes.
And you had identified 2 articles of clothing that you recovered near the stairway, a red and black shirt, S-182, and a yellow sweatshirt, S-183.
Yes.
Did you collect any other clothing from outside the farmhouse area in the yard?
Yes.
And what was that?
A red Nike polo shirt.
And Judge, I'd like permission to display a photo. It's S-216. It has been moved into evidence.
Very well.
What's the number? 216. Detective, I know we were just here yesterday, but if you could just reorient the jury to 216 and what the vantage point of this photo is.
That's the rear of the residence, just off the driveway to the back a little bit, and that is the white trailer where Mr. Barison was when I arrived on scene.
And I think you indicated yesterday that he was in that area receiving attention from some medical folks.
That's correct.
Are you aware that certain articles of clothing or items of potential evidentiary value were left in the area when Mr. Barison was removed from the scene?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention next to S-250 in evidence. What is S-250 a picture of?
That is a picture of the clothing located near Mr. Barison.
And was the condition of the clothing in that area the same as the condition of the clothing that you recovered in the back of the farmhouse?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that was?
That is, the condition of the clothing was saturated, was soaking wet, and it was the red shirt and the shoes.
And I'm gonna direct your attention, I think it's on the desk in front of you there, to what, S-186. What is S-186?
It's the red Nike polo shirt.
And how can you tell that that's the red Nike polo shirt?
It's in the bag that I collected it in.
Judge, at this point, I'd like to move S-186 into evidence and show it to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
186, red Nike shirt, be accepted into evidence. It may be displayed to the jurors. Go ahead, Detective.
All right, Detective, you removed the shirt from the bag. Does that appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition, although it's dry now, as when you recovered it on August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
And if you could, Judge, with your permission, if the detective could walk it down in front of the jury into the gallery, showing the front on the first pass and then the back on the second pass.
Certainly. Go ahead, Detective.
Or I guess for purposes of the record, it would be the outside of the shirt because it's cut on the first pass, and then it would be the inside of the shirt on the second pass. Thank you, Detective. If you can put that back into the bag. Good, I have permission to approach?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, I have no objection to these items coming into evidence that were just handed to the witness.
Judge, I just handed forward to Detective Bailey S-179, S-180, and S-181. Those were items of evidence recovered at the scene. I'll ask that they be admitted at this time so the detective can show them.
All right, S-179, 180, 181 will be admitted into evidence. I believe 181 is already in evidence, but
I believe that's true, Judge.
179 and 180 will be admitted.
Detective Bailey, at some point while you were in the area of the scene, I know that you had indicated that you marked certain items of evidence with placards.
Correct.
And I'm going to draw your attention first to S-207. We're just pulling it up. I believe you testified to this photo yesterday.
Correct.
Again, just for purposes of the record, can you reorient the jury to the angle or the vantage point that S-207 is from?
This is a mid-range photograph located in the driveway of a placard number 2 that is covering a potential piece of evidence, in this case a shell casing.
And is that placard, the larger placard covering the smaller placard?
Yes,
To direct your attention to S-234. What is S-234 a picture of?
that's a picture of a shell casing,
And which placard is next to that shell casing?
a number 1.
And do you see that in this photo?
Yes,
Where is it?
top right of the photo.
Was there any significance to the numbers of the placards that you placed down on the various pieces of evidence?
No, they were just used as reference points for photographs.
Now, the shell casing that we're looking at in S-234, did you collect that shell casing?
Yes,
And do you see it in front of you marked as S-179?
yes.
If you would, please just remove that and show it to the jury.
This might be tough to open.
Now, Detective, you testified that that's a shell casing.
Correct.
Based on your training, education, and experience, what is a shell casing?
The shell casing is, when it's fully intact, it's a bullet. When it's discharged from a weapon, a firearm, it's now a discharged shell casing.
So I'm sure we'll have more testimony about ballistics later on in the trial, but are you saying that when a bullet is shot out of a gun,
The projectile comes from the front of the barrel, while this is ejected from the ejector port.
and you located that in the area of the driveway behind the farmhouse?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next, I'll direct your attention to S-204. And what is S-204 a picture of?
It's a mid-range photograph of another placard in the back patio area of the driveway.
And I believe you testified to this photo as well yesterday, that you took this photo just after it had started raining.
Correct.
Direct your attention to S-236. What is S-236 a picture of?
It's a picture of the shell casing that is located underneath the fire debris can with the evidence marker on top of it.
And can you remind the jury why you went back and put that can over the top of the shell casing?
With the weather that we were getting and the amount of rain that we got in such a little bit of time, I decided to use fire debris cans to kind of dig them around the shell casing so we wouldn't lose any potential evidence.
Was that fire debris can used or was it new?
Brand new.
Next, I'll show you S-237. What is S-237 a picture of?
Spent shell casing.
And would this be the same shell casing that you just indicated you had originally marked with marker number 2?
Yes.
Can you describe, obviously, we're looking at the picture, but can you describe where that shell casing was found and what the condition was?
The shell casing was found in the rear of the driveway, just off to the left in the grass area. But being with the water, it was slowly getting submerged in water, so that's why we preserved it and covered it.
And you have S-180 in front of you.
Correct.
What is S-180?
It is that shell casing.
Did you collect that shell casing?
Yes.
Did you put it into that envelope?
Yes.
And if you could just remove it from the envelope and show it to the jury. Thank you, Detective. After you collected the shell casings, as well as all the evidence you collected, where did you take it?
It was secured into the command post that was located on scene, and when we were clear from the scene, those pieces of evidence were then transported back to the crime lab and secured in the evidence room.
And at some point, are you aware whether certain evidence were submitted either within your agency or to other agencies for further examination?
Yes.
Do you know if those shell casings were ultimately given to someone from your agency for examination?
Yes, they were.
And do you know who that was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Forensics examiner Bill Stitt.
Now I'm going to show you next S239. What is S239 a picture of?
It's a mid-range of the rear of the driveway, slowly coming into the back of the residence with the evidence placard number 1 marking a magazine.
And again, was there any significance to these placards?
No.
What do we see in the top right of the picture in between the, I guess, the truck and the those white items? What's the yellow item in the top right there?
Those are the evidence placards that were marking the shell casings in the driveway.
And would that have been shell casing, the first one that you showed, S179?
Yes.
All right, so with respect to the item that we're looking at in the foreground of this picture, I'm going to direct your attention to S240. What is S240 a picture of?
A magazine.
And what is a magazine?
A magazine is what contains the cartridges for a handgun.
Is this a close-up photo of the magazine that you located in that grassy area?
Yes.
Were there any bullets located inside of this magazine?
No.
I believe that's already been moved into evidence as well. You have S181 in front of you.
Yes.
Is S181 the magazine that you recovered from that grassy area?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It's in the bag that I put it in.
Is your handwriting on the back?
Yes.
All right, Detective, when you were finished searching the area of the farmhouse and processing that area, did you search and process any other areas of the property?
Yes. Then proceeded up to the dressage area, processed the clubhouse and the office.
All right, Detective Bailey, I'm showing you what's been marked as S301 in evidence. What is S301 a picture of?
That's an overall the entrance, working our way into the office.
So this would be coming into the office from where?
The clubhouse.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S302. What is S302 a picture of?
That's after we entered and photographing our way back towards where we came from.
Were these photographs taken before you had conducted your search?
Correct.
What is on the right-hand side of that picture, S302?
Safe.
Did you search that safe?
Yes.
Did you recover a number of items from within the office area?
Yes.
And did those items include certain electronic devices and various paperwork?
Yes.
Were those all marked as evidence and then logged into evidence?
Yes.
In the same method that you described earlier?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you some questions about searching the safe. I'm going to show you S303 in evidence. What is S303 a picture of?
That's an overall of the safe.
And was the safe in that condition, meaning the door was closed when you got into the room?
Yes.
Was it unlocked?
I believe so.
And you were able to open the door and get into it?
Yes.
All right, next I'll show you S304. What is S304 a picture of?
That's an overall photograph of the inside of the contents in the safe.
And is that a fair and accurate picture of the contents of the safe before you conducted any search?
Yes.
Meaning that that's how the items all appeared when you first opened the safe?
Yes.
Judge, if I could have permission to approach?
Certainly.
All right, Detective, did you collect a number of items that were located in that safe?
Yes.
And if you could just describe for the jury what some of the items that we can see in the picture S304 are.
There's a pink and black gun case. There's a.
And where is that?
That's located on the top shelf.
And what's next to that pink and black pink and black gun case?
There is a dummy magazine located directly to the right of that pink and black case.
Can you tell the jury what a dummy magazine is?
Dummy magazine, you can't put any rounds in, any bullets in, and that would go into a weapon to keep the weapon safe.
What would be those items that are located to the back left on the top shelf behind the pink and black gun case?
Those are various different types of ammunition.
And were you there when that ammunition was cataloged?
Yes.
Moving down to the next shelf below that, on the left-hand side of the safe, what are those items on the left-hand side?
Those are rifles.
And were you there when those items were collected by the Washington Township Police?
I wasn't physically in the room, but during that night, yes.
To the right of that, on that second shelf down in the very center of the picture, what is that item that looks black and copper?
That is a box of 9mm rounds.
And what is behind that box of 9mm rounds?
There is 2 revolvers and 1 semi-automatic handgun.
All right, Detective, I had handed up a number of items just now. S306 is one of the items, S190 is one of the items that I have handed forward. And I'm going to show you a picture, S306. What is S306 a picture of?
That's a box containing 9mm rounds.
And did you photograph that as it was when you opened the safe?
Yes.
Can you describe the condition of that box and the state of that box when you opened the safe?
The box was partially opened. What we're looking at in the back of the photo, or the middle of the photo, the back of the box was slightly torn, and was open until approximately the 4th row of bullets.
And I think to your left there is a pointer that we tried charging last night. I don't know if it will work on this picture, but if you could just point out to the jury.
Can I stand?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see it? Yeah. It's so the box was partially open, ripped up at the top here. If you can see me circling on it, trying to do my best. But it was also open till approximately the 4th row of bullets, like midway.
And did you collect that box of bullets?
Yes.
And do you see that box in front of you, or do you see a package, an item of evidence, S190?
Yes.
What is S190?
S190 is the box of ammunition, 9mm rounds.
The same ammunition that we're looking at
From
in
that
S306?
picture. Yes.
Could you open that, please? And Detective, if I could ask that...
Hold on, that's not in evidence yet. Are you moving it into evidence?
I'm sorry, Judge, I thought when I handed them forward, I asked them to be in evidence. I apologize.
I don't-
No objection.
I'm not sure you gave the numbers.
Judge, I had handed forward S190.
Okay. All right, S190 is in evidence. Go ahead, Detective.
Judge, if I could just at the same time ask for S191, S202, S199, S200, and S201.
Any objection to those items? Mr. Blankus?
No.
All right, those items are in evidence. You may stand up and show the item to the jurors.
Detective, if I could ask that you could open that box carefully and pull out the tray with the bullets in it, and then Judge, if I could ask that could be walked around to show the jury the condition of approximately how far open it was at the time the detective searched the safe.
Certainly, go ahead, Detective. Bless you.
Thank you, Detective Bailey. If you can put that back into the envelope, please. Detective, we're pulling up next S305. What is that a picture of?
It's a picture of a pink and black gun case, and located directly to the right of that is the dummy magazine.
Now, what was and you took this photograph before you collected those items?
Yes,
What was the condition or state of the black and pink gun case?
it was open,
And how does it open and close?
with a zipper.
Do you see in front of you S191?
Yes.
And if I could ask, that has been moved into evidence, if I could ask you to open that to show the jury. And is that currently open or closed?
Open.
Could you open it for the jury and show the inside? Detective Bailey, what is the blue plastic item that's inside the gun case?
These are typically used to stick through the barrel or up through the chamber to make the weapon safe, and it's basically a flag, so somebody else would know the weapon is safe as well.
And that was inside of the gun case when you collected it?
Correct.
Was there any other item or items inside the gun case when you collected it?
No.
Thank you. Now, you indicated in S305 that there was also an orange dummy magazine next to the case.
Correct.
I'm going to direct your attention to S202, which I think you have in front of you.
Yes.
Are you aware if that item was collected by the Washington Township Police?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you to open S202. And that has been moved into evidence, so I would ask if you could, Judge, again, if this could be walked down and shown to the jury back in the gallery.
Certainly, go ahead, Detective.
Detective, if you could just show one side on the first pass and then the second side on the next pass. Detective, you indicated that there were a number of other guns located in the safe,
That's correct.
and were those taken into the custody of the Washington Township Police Department?
That's correct, yes.
Did you have a chance to look at those firearms before they were taken?
Yes.
Were any of them loaded to your recollection?
No.
Now, you indicated that there were a number of rifles or long guns on the left-hand side.
Correct.
Do you recall approximately how many?
3.
And was there any ammunition for those guns?
Yes.
And I think you indicated there was some ammunition on the top left-hand shelf, which is shown in S304.
Yes.
Do you remember how many handguns there were inside the safe?
There was 3. 2 revolvers and a semi-automatic.
And I'll ask you first, I think you have those all on the ground next to you, but I'll move. Judge, if I can just remove some of these other items.
Certainly.
I'll take these items out of your way. Detective Bailey, we'll start with S-199. Do you have S-199 in front of you?
Yes,
What is that?
this is a revolver pistol.
And do you know what caliber that was?
I believe it's a 22.
S-199, is that the Colt 45?
This is the Colt 45, yes, I'm sorry.
Are you aware whether there was any 45 caliber ammunition in the safe?
There was not.
Judge, this has been moved into evidence. I'd like permission to show this item to the jury.
No objection.
All right, certainly, go ahead, Detective.
What's it, what's
199.
Yes. And it may be easier to
Yeah.
walk it around if that's all right with the judge.
That's fine.
Detective, I don't think I asked you this question, but are those guns in the same or substantially the same condition as when you saw them the night of August 7th, 2019, aside from the fact that they may have safety mechanisms on them at this point?
Yes,
Next, I'm going to draw your attention to S-200. You have that in front of you.
yes.
What is S-200?
It is a semi-automatic handgun.
And do you know what caliber that was?
I believe this is a 380.
Was there any .380 caliber ammunition located in the safe?
No.
Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like to show S-200 to the jury.
No objection.
Certainly, go ahead, Detective. You may display it to the jurors.
Detective, the last item I'm going to ask you about is S-201. Do you have S-201 in front of you?
Yes.
What is S-201?
It is a revolver,
Do you know what caliber it is?
22.
And was there any .22 caliber ammunition in the safe?
Yes.
Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like to show, have the detective show S-201 to the jury.
Yes, go ahead, you may step down and display it to the jury.
Detective Bailey, are you aware whether those items were provided to forensic examiner Stitt from the Morris County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Judge, I don't have any further questions at this time for Detective Bailey.
All right, very good. Cross-examination.
Morning, morning, Detective Bailey.
Good morning, sir.
Now, your job basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, was to secure the scene and protect and document all potential evidence, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you got to the scene, would you agree with me that it was chaotic?
Yes.
40, 50 people running around doing different things, correct?
I'm not sure on the number of people.
How many would you estimate?
I'm not sure.
Chris? Chris? Oh, 11-1. Judge, may I approach? So I'm going to show you 11-1, which is the crime scene log.
Sure.
First of all, can you explain to the ladies and jury what a crime scene log is?
Yes. A crime scene log is basically a log that somebody's going to be taking to document who's coming in and out of that scene. So we have a record of times in and out, basically, of what different, whether it's a police officer, whether it's emergency medical services, anybody that would be entering the scene.
And were you the person in control of that log?
No.
Can you take a look at that log and see if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not there were approximately 40 to 50 different people in and out of that crime scene?
There's numerous people throughout the night.
When you say numerous, in excess of 50 people, correct?
I can count.
No, don't count, just, does it refresh your memory?
Yes. I would say so.
Approximately? Okay, thank you.
What was your answer?
Approximately 40 people.
Oh, thank you. What was that exhibit number?
1100-1 fence. When you got to the scene, would you agree with me that it was not secured?
Yes, it was not secured yet. It was still an active scene.
And it was your job at that point, upon your arrival, to secure the scene and protect all the evidence, correct?
I responded to this scene as a law enforcement officer. Again, it came across the radio as an active shooter, so I responded as essentially a police officer. When I arrived on scene, my role as a law enforcement officer was still in play. Being that I am crime scene minded, I did realize that there was potential evidence on the scene, and I documented that evidence, or tried to preserve that evidence to the best of my ability, while everything was still very chaotic.
Okay, and after it was no longer chaotic, you were in control of securing all of the potential evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that in order to do your job, you need to talk to the officers to find out what happened, which allows you to take certain precautions with regards to securing evidence, correct?
Correct.
For instance, you were aware that it was, that a gun was used, correct?
Correct.
And you were told a specific number of shots potentially had been fired, correct?
Correct. I believe so. Correct.
And how many shots were you told were fired?
I believe it was approximately three shots.
Okay, and would you agree with me that every time a 9mm gun discharges a bullet, a casing is discharged?
Correct.
How many casings did you find and preserve during your search?
2.
One's missing, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that there was a video camera on the side of the house that potentially could have captured the entire incident?
Yes.
Did you preserve that video at that time?
No, based off of
I
process.
ask you, did
No.
you preserve it?
No.
Was the prosecutor's office there and also aware that there was a video camera that potentially could have preserved?
Don't answer that question. You're asking his knowledge of what other people knew at the time?
No, I'm asking if the
You
Morris
said,
County prosecutor's
yeah, you said if the
office was there.
prosecutor's office knew. That's their state of mind.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
Rephrase the question, or withdraw and then ask another one.
Was the Morris County prosecutor's office or any representative from that office at the crime scene on that night while you were doing your job?
Yes.
Now, on that day, you find both a handgun, 2 casings, and 2 magazines, correct?
Correct.
And those are the ones that have been introduced into evidence, correct?
Correct.
And
Judge, I don't believe that's accurate.
No, that's not the testimony.
I'll
Rephrase your
withdraw.
question.
Okay. You found a handgun, correct?
Correct.
We've introduced into evidence 1 magazine, correct?
Correct.
And 2 shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As a crime scene investigator, do those items potentially have fingerprints and DNA on them?
Yes.
Were they submitted to a fingerprint expert and/or a DNA expert at any time, to your knowledge?
No.
Now, you indicated that when you got there and first were able to appraise the scene, it was not raining, correct?
Correct.
You indicated yesterday that you were waiting for a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you received a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Which allowed you to search basically everything that you requested on that warrant, correct?
Correct.
For instance, you were able to search my client's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
In the photographs introduced by the prosecutor, there were two other vehicles and a trailer in the immediate area. Do you recall seeing them?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that they belong to Robert Goodwin?
I don't.
Did you or anyone to your knowledge get a search warrant to search those vehicles which were included in your crime scene area?
I did not, and to my knowledge, I don't know.
Where was Robert Goodwin when you arrived?
When I arrived, he was located in front of the police, one of the police vehicles that was parked in the driveway.
Now, the prosecutor has introduced numerous photographs of telephones that were on the scene, correct?
Correct.
There's one on the, it's like a round table.
Correct.
Are you aware of the fact that that's my client's telephone?
I was not at the time, no.
There were two other phones located on an umbrella base at the bottom of the stairs, correct?
Correct.
And they were basically on top of each other, correct?
Correct.
And when you first got to the scene, you photographed those items in the exact location that they were found, correct?
Correct.
And then you tried to protect them because of the rain with plastic, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, with regards to clothing that's been introduced into evidence by the prosecutor, specifically the yellow sweatshirt and red t-shirt with the bullet defects in them. Upon seeing them, you were aware that they belonged to the alleged victim, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that you believed it was important to preserve them, correct?
Yes.
Because certain evidential things can be had from those items of clothing, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the warrant, it indicated that you were able to take samples of my client's hands for gunshot residue, correct?
Correct.
Now, gunshot residue is basically gunpowder, which is expelled both from the weapon towards the back, which would get on a person's hand, and from the front, which potentially could get on someone's clothing, correct?
Correct.
So the gunshot residue basically goes in both directions when a weapon is fired, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the warrant, you were given permission to swab my client's hands to make a determination if he had any gunshot residue on his hands, correct?
Correct.
Did you or anyone to your knowledge request to do the same thing on either Lauren Kanarek's or Robert Goodwin's hands?
Not to my knowledge.
With regards to the clothing, were you aware that Lauren Kanarek has indicated that she was shot at close distance?
Yes.
Did anyone, to your knowledge, conduct gunshot residue evaluations on her clothing to either confirm or verify that she was shot at close range?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
Hold on. Did he do it?
No,
He can't answer that, then it's hearsay.
I'll withdraw the
He
question.
did do it, Judge.
I'm sorry?
He did do it.
What? Hold on. Say that again? This witness did it?
Yes.
Oh, all right, then he can answer it. I thought he said no, that he didn't do.
I think the question was about whether there was any swabbings of anyone's hands.
No. No, that's not what he was asking a follow-up question, the results of an examination that was done to the clothing.
Well, he could tell what the results were.
But he didn't do the test.
Judge, I'll withdraw the
He
question.
did do the test, it was negative. There
Let
was
me
no-
see that sidebar. Mr. Belinkus, rephrase your question, please. Set a foundation for us, please.
Sir, are you an expert with regards to,
He's not qualified as an expert.
I want to ask the question if I can, Judge. If you
No,
think
but no, are you you can't ask a question if he's an expert and have him say yes without qualifying him as an expert to render an opinion. If that's what you want to do with him, then qualify him as an expert. You can't just ask him if he's an expert without qualifying him and ask him his opinion.
I wasn't going to ask his opinion, Judge. I
Well,
was gonna-
then why are you asking him if he's an expert? An expert has a specific designation under the law. If you're going to ask him that as an expert, you have to qualify him as an expert. Otherwise, don't ask him if he's an expert.
Judge, I'm not sure what I can.
I thought I made it clear. Question, please.
Officer, do you have training with regards to examining gunshot residue?
I have training using an infrared camera and what results would look like
And where did you get that training?
through Fujifilm.
And how long was that training?
To my knowledge, it was an 8-hour course.
So basically, you've had 8 hours of training, correct?
8 hours of training, correct.
And the method that you used is what in this case?
I used a Fujifilm XT 100, I believe, camera, infrared, UV camera, to photograph the items with different lens filters to produce different results.
Okay, and is there a more sophisticated method, to your knowledge, to make that determination?
To my knowledge, they could be tested with a presumptive test.
And what's a presumptive test? What do you mean by that?
It's a chemical-based test that you could basically swab onto the item and see if there is potential results.
And would you agree that that technique is far more accurate and reliable than just the test that you did?
No.
Now, does the fact that the clothing was drenched have any impact on the test that you did?
It could have an impact on any test to be conducted. If our test showed that there was any presence of any GSR, what we would have done is then used a presumptive test or sent that item to the lab.
And you did it with regards to Ms. Kanarek's clothing, correct?
Correct.
Did you do it with regards to my client's clothing?
No.
When you say did it, you're referring to the, using the camera, right?
Yes.
Yes, all right. You understand that's what he was
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, there was a bullet hole in the door by the back stairs, correct?
Correct.
Did you see where that bullet went to?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you see where that bullet went to?
I saw where the bullet struck the door and the potential flight path of that projectile, yes.
And would you agree with me that the bullet went through the room and through a window to the left or the right of the door?
I believe it, yes, the flight path of that projectile did go out an exit window.
Did you ever find that spent bullet?
We did not find that projectile.
Did you look for it?
Yes.
Did you use metal detectors to attempt to find it?
Not that particular projectile, based on the flight path.
So you have no idea what caliber bullet caused that defect in the door and or the window that it went through?
Correct.
And you are missing one, at least one casing, correct?
Correct.
Now, those items of clothing, Lauren Kanarek, I believe you testified there were a entrance and an exit defect, correct?
That's correct.
Which would indicate to you that the bullet went through her and her clothing, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find those bullets?
No, we did not.
Now, the clubhouse area, the prosecutor has showed you photographs of the office area, correct?
That's correct.
And the door to that office area is a solid wooden door, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you walk into the office, that safe that you've testified to about is on your left, correct?
Correct.
The safe was closed But it wasn't locked, correct?
Correct.
And I know you've testified to that pink and black case and items associated with that. There were in fact other weapons in there, correct?
That's correct.
And there was, for instance, a .22 revolver
Yes,
with ammunition,
yes,
and there were numerous long guns, including a shotgun, correct?
yes, I believe so.
With boxes of shotgun shells that fit those particular weapons, correct?
Correct.
If I could just have a moment, Judge, I think I'm about done.
Sure.
I have nothing further.
Redirect, Mr. Shellhorn?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Bailey, are you aware whether any metal detectors were used at the scene to look for other shell casings or projectiles?
Metal detectors were used on the scene, yes.
And was that on August 7th or August 8th or something else?
It could have been in between on both days based off the circumstances of the scene. I don't know what time of night or day.
But you're aware they were used?
They were used, correct.
Have you ever, do you have any experience with shell casings being ejected from a bullet from personal experience in terms of your experience shooting at the range and that sort of thing?
Yes,
Have you ever investigated any other shooting incidents?
yes,
So you have practical experience with investigating shooting incidents where there were shell casings?
yes,
Do you have any experience with other investigations or personal experience as a police officer with what could happen to a shell casing or how it gets ejected from a gun?
yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Shell casings get ejected from a weapon. It's not repetition, it's not the same every time. Also, being a police officer shooting on the range, I have come home with shell casings in my boot, stuck to my boot, so they are able to get places basically where you're stepping on them in your clothing, where they're not going to be in the direct vicinity of where the weapon was fired.
Now, you indicated that when you got to the scene on August 7th, 2019, it was not raining yet.
Correct.
How would you describe the rain that did come down that afternoon?
It was substantial, it was very heavy, and it came very quick.
And can you estimate, could you estimate approximately how long after you got on scene that the rain started?
I would say approximately within 25 to 30 minutes of arriving on scene, the rain started and became very heavy at times.
And during that time, were there still individuals on the scene either rendering medical assistance to some of the people or trying to clean up?
I don't believe anybody was still on scene receiving any medical treatment at that time.
I'm going to show you again what's been marked as S205. S205, I think you had testified earlier, was a picture of one of the shell casings in the driveway?
Yes.
Or the area of one of the shell casings?
Yes.
Can you see the shell casing in this picture?
No.
Why not?
It's submerged in water.
And is this picture representative of other areas on that driveway or in that yard at the time that you noticed the rain starting?
Yes.
I think you were asked a question about whether you were aware if there was any sort of a camera at the house the day that you were processing.
Yes.
And I think you were asked if you knew that was there and if you collected it.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your role was or what you knew about that camera based on your experience as a crime scene officer?
Based on my experience as a crime scene detective, The camera was photographed there. We did examine that camera. On scene, it was a cloud-based system, so that physical camera itself wouldn't be storing any of our data, any of our video. It would be going to a cloud. For example, like a Ring. Ring is very common, and it's a cloud-based system, so you can log into your account basically from a computer, a phone, a tablet, and you can kind of look at what's been going on through your cloud.
And would that be something that do you have experience with those type of cameras based on your experience as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, that and personal.
And I think the last question I had for you was, you were asked if you had photographed any of the defendant's clothes that you collected or processed those with the IR camera for gunshot residue.
I was asked that question, yes.
Now, you indicated that you did process Lauren Kanarek's clothing first.
Yes.
What was the reason you chose to process those articles of clothing first?
So when those articles were dried, we did know that Ms. Kanarek did receive 2 gunshots. So after those articles of clothing were dried throughout the drying chamber, they were then photographed so we could see the defects. That night, during the actual crime scene investigation, we weren't able to see those defects based on how saturated and how wet the clothing was. So when they were taken back and dried, then they were examined for defects.
And with respect to the IR camera and the looking for the gunshot residue, is there a reason that you chose her articles of clothing to check first?
Yes, we did know that those articles of clothing, after examining them with our eyes and a normal photography with our normal typical crime scene camera, we noticed bullet defects, so that's when we did use the IR camera to examine those articles of clothing with different lights and filters.
And based on not identifying any gunshot residue on those articles of clothing, did that influence your decision not to photograph other items?
Objection leading.
It was a little bit leading, Mr. Shellhorn. Just that, rephrase your question.
Based on your examination of those articles of clothing, meaning Ms. Kanarek's, did that impact your investigation?
Yes, being that we had negative results with our IR camera, no other clothing was then photographed utilizing that IR camera.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right. Any
Sir,
recalls?
yes, briefly. Sir, based on your experience with casings being ejected from a handgun, would you agree that wherever they land are pretty unreliable and unpredictable
As to,
where they land?
yes,
And before you got there, with the number of people, could those specific casings that you've identified and marked as pieces of evidence, could they have been disturbed in all the chaos which would have made those locations unreliable?
yes,
So based on your experience, would you agree with me that it would be almost impossible to make a determination as to where someone was standing when the weapon was fired, based on where you marked those cases being found?
that's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Judge.
Please don't discuss the case with anyone. You may have to be recalled at some other point in time.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, call your next witness, Mr. Shellhorn.
Judge, the state will next call Mary Haskins Gray. Not sure if she's outside.
All right, have your detective check.
Mary Haskins?
All right, I think she's here, Mr. Shellhorn. Thank you, officer.
Judge, I'm going to collect these firearms.
Yes, please do, and anything else up on that witness stand. Hi, Ms. Gray. Please remain standing for a moment, please. Can you place your left hand on the Bible on the witness stand, please? Raise your right hand. Please listen to my court clerk.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Mary Haskins Gray and Gray.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat. Ms. Gray, thank you. Please keep your voice up nice and loud.
Absolutely.
All right. That microphone records,
Okay.
does not amplify.
Okay.
Okay,
Do I need
so-
to pull it close?
No, it's fine right there. That's just for recording purposes, but it doesn't amplify your voice throughout the courtroom.
Okay.
All right. If you don't understand a question, please don't answer it. Just indicate you don't understand.
Absolutely.
I'll have counsel rephrase the question
Okay.
so you understand. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Good morning, Ms. Gray.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Mary Haskins Gray. I'm a professional dressage rider and trainer and competitor.
And can you tell us a little bit about your professional experience as a dressage rider?
In what regards?
How long have you been riding?
Oh, since I was 5.
And what is dressage?
Dressage, I would say, is like the highest form of training. We do sort of dance moves with the horses and patterns. It's an Olympic sport. You can ride at all levels as an amateur or professional. But that's my main focus with the horses, dressage.
And did you also indicate you have some experience as an instructor or a trainer?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
So I mostly train horses and riders, and then I compete also, but I teach lessons, clinics, other aspiring riders, and a lot of times mostly work with the horses, training the horses.
With respect to dressage, is there a difference between being a professional and an amateur?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So professionals paid for something in the business, whether it's a boarding business or riding lessons or paid to ride or compete, and an amateur is someone that rides without compensation, without money.
And what is your status?
Professional.
Do you know Michael Barison?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes, sir.
Could you just identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Blue and red striped tie.
Identified my client.
All right. Ms. Gray has identified the defendant for the record, Mr. Barisone. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Ms. Gray, do you also know an individual named Lauren Kanarek?
Yes, sir.
Did you know her, or do you know her through your association with Mr. Barison?
Yes, sir.
Do you know an individual named Robert Goodwin?
Yes, sir.
And do you know him through your same association with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury when it is that you first met the defendant, Michael Barison?
When I first met him, I was probably a teenager. Through competing internationally and running the same circuit, we knew of each other through mutual friends and other professionals.
And at some point during your life, were you involved in a romantic relationship?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall approximately when that began?
2015, sometime.
And drawing your attention to the summer of 2019, were you still involved in a relationship with him romantically?
Yes, sir.
Were you also involved in a professional relationship?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what the nature of that relationship was?
Professional?
Yes.
So I had horses in the barn in New Jersey and in Florida. We worked together developing horses for top sport, bringing along young horses. We worked on personal goals, training our students and clients and all of that.
Now, you indicated that there were 2 farms. Can you
Yes.
tell the jury specifically where those 2 farms were?
One is in Long Valley, New Jersey, and the other in Loxahatchee, Florida.
And what is your understanding of why the defendant owned 2 farms?
It's pretty common, or at least to travel between north and south, because obviously the weather changes, and to keep developing the horses, training and competing, a lot of people will go south for the winter and north for the summer. That's pretty common.
Based on your involvement with the defendant, both professionally and romantically, are you aware of certain aspects of his business and of his farms?
Yes.
For example, can you tell the jury how many horses may be boarded at the New Jersey farm at any given time?
I think towards the end we had about 40 to 45 on the New Jersey farm. We didn't have that much room in Florida, but it's about what we had in New Jersey.
And would 40 to 45 be about capacity for what that
Yes,
farm
sir.
could board?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever have employees or students working for him?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what a student worker would be in the dressage community?
Like a working student?
Yes.
Okay, so that's also pretty common. Working students are people that are typically younger or want to learn and follow someone that's more accomplished. So they'll put themselves in a working situation where they exchange work for education. So that's pretty common in the horse industry to have younger people come and stay, work, learn, progress. Most of them go on to become professionals themselves.
And during the time that you were working with the defendant, approximately how many working students may be there at any given time?
I'd say about 4 roughly, give or take.
What is a riding clinic?
A clinic is usually where the instructor travels to another farm or location and teaches multiple riders per day. It's usually a lot of auditors. It's usually someone also that's super accomplished teaching people that are looking to further their education and they're riding with their horse, and that's pretty much it.
And does the clinician get paid for that?
Yes, sir.
What is your understanding or experience with how a clinician is paid?
What do you mean by check or like? I don't know. What do you mean?
Fair enough. Do they get paid a lot of money, a little amount of money, or something else?
I would say depending on the person and their accomplishments, it can be typically people that have been in the Olympics are usually charged pretty high amount.
Are you aware of what Michael Barisone's reputation was in the dressage community?
Yes, sir.
What were some of his accomplishments that you're aware of?
As a rider?
Yes.
Competed internationally very successfully, alternate to the Olympic Games. Pretty much what we all strive to accomplish as a rider. He had done it.
Did you ever see him coaching at any clinics?
Yes, yeah.
And what was your experience or what was your observations of him and the way that he would coach and be received by the people at the clinic?
He was a very popular and loved clinician.
Now, in terms of the farm here in Long Valley in New Jersey, where did you live when you were here?
On the farm.
And can you describe for the jury a little bit about what was on the property of the farm?
Well, there was a historical home. There was a barn with 30-some stalls, indoor riding arena, outdoor riding arena, alternate buildings with additional stalls, a young horse area where we had young horses that lived outside, hay fields.
When you say a historical farm, can you tell the jury a little bit about the layout of the farm, of the farmhouse?
Well, from what I understand, it was a house that was closer up to the road that they moved further back and actually turned into 3 different living areas.
Did you ever live in that house?
I did.
And at times, were there other people living in that house besides just you?
Yes, sir.
For example, when you lived there, did you live in one of those living areas with anybody?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Michael Barrison.
Who
And my
would-
children when they were here.
So you have children.
Yes, sir.
Is that with the defendant or with someone else?
With someone else.
Did they live in another place most of the year?
Most of, like when they're in school, they're mostly in North Carolina. Yes, sir.
And so I guess from the answer you just gave, at times they would come to the New Jersey farm
Absolutely, yeah.
and they would stay with you at the farmhouse?
Yes, sir.
Who else may have lived in the farmhouse, for example, when you were living there?
When I was living there, Lauren and Rob were living upstairs in an upstairs apartment.
Are you aware if anyone else had ever lived in that upstairs apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Justin Harden.
Now, you said that there were approximately 3 separate living areas.
Yes.
What was the third living area?
Originally there was a basement. There was an entrance to the basement where a lot of the girls would live. We had a little kitchen and bedrooms and bathroom down there. The main floor was a separate entrance and residence, and then upstairs had its own entrance and that was its own residence as well.
And were those separate, although they each had separate entrances to those various living areas, were they also connected within the inside of the building?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned the barn and the training areas.
Yes.
Can you describe a little bit more detail about what was in that area of the farm?
Inside the barn?
Well, there was a stable.
Yes. So, yeah. In the stable, we had tack rooms. We had like a big loading dock where we kept hay, a feed room. Attached to the stable was a covered arena. So we had like a grooming area, you can go right into the ring or outside to the outdoor arena. We had a big clubhouse with a kitchen, an office.
And you just used the word tack room. For those members of the jury who don't know what a tack room is, what's that?
It's where you keep your saddle and bridle and all your horse tack. And then we also had lockers where people had grooming supplies and miscellaneous things.
Judge, I'd like to show the witness a number of photos. I'm going to identify those for the record. Are S290, S291, S293, S294, S295, S297, S300. And S289, Judge.
All right. Have you seen those, Mr. Belinkis?
Yes, Judge, no objection.
All right. All right, those items will be received in the evidence. It's 289, 290, 291, 293, 294, 295, 297, 300. All in evidence. Go ahead.
I may have neglected to say S292, I apologize.
All right. Any objection to that, Mr. Belinkis?
No, Judge.
All right, S292 is in evidence as well and may be displayed to the jury.
All right, Ms. Gray, you were just describing the clubhouse at the barn. We just pulled up on the screen here S289. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Have you seen all these photos before coming to court?
Yes, sir.
And what is S289 a picture of?
Our clubroom area.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate picture of the way the clubroom looked on August
yes.
7th, 2019?
Yes.
With respect to S289, what would be at the back of the photo? Meaning if someone was standing looking into the room, what's at their back?
The back left corner would be the office.
Okay, so looking to the back left corner of this picture is the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that where you could see a little bit of a light
A
next
light,
to that
yes,
pillar?
sir. Mm-hmm.
What would be to the right of the office there inside the clubroom?
That door?
Is there a pool table in that room?
There is, yes.
Okay, and what's in the pool table closer to where the picture is taken?
Couches, furniture.
And as we come closer to where the picture's taken, what's on the left-hand side
A
of the
dining
picture?
room table, more furniture,
And
and a
then,
kitchen.
and then the kitchen.
Yeah.
And then if someone was to turn around and walk backwards in the direction where the photo
It's a
was
door
taken,
that
where
goes
did-
out into the
Hold-
barn.
hold on.
Just wait for me to answer the question. I know you're anxious.
Yes, let him finish.
Okay.
It's not, it's for the jury, it's also for the
Okay.
record, so everybody hears the question fully.
Yes, sir.
And even though oftentimes witnesses anticipate what's going to be said, just let them finish so the jury hears it.
No
Then
problem.
then you can answer. All right, go ahead. Rephrase your question,
I will.
please.
So if someone was to turn around to the direction where the photo was taken and turn around and walk backwards, what would be behind them?
A door that goes into the barn.
And what, as you walk through that door, what do you see when you get into that area?
To the left would be 2 tack rooms. To the right with the lockers would start there.
Now, I'm going to show you S290. What do you recognize S290 to be a picture of?
That's the entrance from the porch into like a foyer that went into the clubroom.
So would this be if someone was walking into the clubroom from the entrance on the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
What are those items that are hanging from a chain and hook there on basically the middle of the picture?
Those are coolers or blankets from competition, usually international competitions and top placings.
And what's the significance of what is a cooler?
I think maybe some are like scrim sheets, but sometimes they'll give you a cooler. It's like something you throw over the horses, cool or warm and sweating, or you want to dry them off. A lot of times, if you won a competition, they would give you a blanket for the horse. So some of those might be sheets.
And are you aware of what some of these specific coolers were for that were hanging, or who had won those coolers?
Yes, sir.
Who would that be?
I would assume most of them belong to Michael Barison.
And do you assume that because you've had conversations or you knew that from living there?
Yeah, I mean, and Vera had done some things too, so I don't know like which ones exactly belong to each person.
Who is Vera?
Michael's ex-wife.
And is that Vera Kessels?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately how long the defendant and Vera Kessels were married?
I do not.
At some point, are you aware whether she lived on that property?
Yes, sir.
And she is also involved in the equestrian and dressage
Yes, sir.
community? I'll next show you what's been marked as S-291. What is this a picture of?
This same thing on the other side.
So this is the other side of that foyer that you talked about?
Yes, yes.
And are those also coolers that are hanging there as well?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say if someone came to the property for the first time, walked into the building from the parking lot, this would be the first thing they would see as they come into the club?
Correct.
All right, next I'm going to ask you, what is S-292 a picture of?
Also the club room.
And what vantage point would this be taken from coming into the club room?
If you just walked in from the porch, that would be looking to the left.
Are there also some coolers hanging over there?
Yes.
Sort of between the windows?
Yes.
What do those windows look at that are on the right-hand side of the picture?
The windows look out into the indoor arena and seating area out there where we would sit.
With respect to some of the photos that we see on the left-hand side of the picture and then in the middle of the picture, as well as down on the windowsills, what are those pictures of generally?
Big accomplishments, great horses that were made. Some of those on the left are of Olympians that Michael coached. His pictures with the Olympic team. Some of the pictures up top are of young horses that were purchased.
And when you say great horses that were made, what do you mean by that?
Horses that were competed at the highest level, had done major championships or competed internationally that were successful.
And would those be horses that were trained by Michael Barisone or at his farm or
Yes,
something
sir.
else?
And both. Like some of the riders on the left had horses of their own that he was involved with, stuff like that.
All right, next I'll show you what's been marked as S-293. Is this just another picture moving further into the center of the room?
Yes, it is.
And are those pictures up on the top above the window, the pictures you were talking about, the young horses?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the significance of that again to the jury?
You mean as far as the significance to the business or just?
Well, what is the significance of the pictures? What are they pictures of?
They were of foals that were purchased either at auction or through a friend of a family member. And that's definitely not all of the young horses that we had, but horses that had been acquired, and we had pictures up of the foals, the baby horses.
And then what would the significance be of putting those pictures up in the club room there where people could see them?
I don't think it's had any significance other than it was meaningful to us. Yeah.
I guess fair to say you were proud of what you had done?
Well, nothing had been done with those yet. They were babies, so that was just usually at auction they'll send you a picture with a passport, and so we just displayed them of horses for the future.
And is S-294 just another picture moving to the right?
Correct.
Where does that doorway go?
That door goes out into the indoor arena.
And if a person was to walk through that door and into the indoor arena, what is right in front of them inside the arena?
A seating area and a wall, like a head wall to the arena. Chairs.
Is S-295 another picture of that room moving towards the right?
Yes, sir.
And I see a door to the right of this picture there. Where does that door go?
The door on the far right is the door that goes out into the barn area.
That was the one that you had explained before. You would go out to where there's the tack room and the
Yes,
lockers.
sir. Yeah.
What was this club room used for?
A common area. We all had breakfast and coffee and dinners, and it's just a common area for clients and us to enjoy.
At times, was it used for entertaining?
Yeah, for sure.
In S-295 on the right there, is that the table you were talking about?
The dining room table?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
And a last question on this photo. In the back I guess on the right side, just to the left of the door, it looks like there's some sort of a shadow box or a frame. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It was just awards for, those were mine, actually. They were ribbons and I think medals, maybe, from a championship.
All right, we'll go on to S296. What's that a photo of?
Also the club room.
And again, is this looking back in the direction of the doorway out to the parking lot and the office?
Yes, sir.
And on the left-hand side of this picture, what's hanging on the wall in those shadow boxes or frames?
More awards and accomplishments.
And do you recall whose those were specifically?
The two in the middle were mine, and the two on the side were Michael and Vera's.
And is S297 is obviously a picture of the kitchen you described?
Yes, sir.
Now, S298, is this a picture from the opposite side of the club room, looking back in the direction where we just were?
Yes, sir.
It's probably hard to tell from the picture, but can you describe in S299 what this is in the bottom of the picture? What's the piece of furniture?
A pool table.
And last, I'm going to show you S300. Do you recognize that picture?
I do, yeah.
Is that just another picture of a different area of the club room?
Yes, sir.
What, if you recall, were in some of those photos that you see on the left-hand side there?
Those were clients, some of the ladies on their horses. He would have anyone that had competed Grand Prix give us a picture. He'd been collecting those over the years. So it was students, clients, personal horses, stuff like that.
And is that, there's some black and white photos on the left there closer to the door? Do
Yes.
you know what those were photos of?
I think horses from his childhood, his motherhood bred, maybe?
All right, now you indicated that there's also an office in the barn.
Yes, sir.
If we were looking at S300, where would the office be oriented in relation to where we are in S300?
So if I'm standing right here, looking at the picture, it would be to the right.
So it looks like there's a bookcase on the right side of the picture.
Yes, sir.
Would it be to the right, just past there?
It would.
Whose office was that?
Michael's, and I had a desk in there as well.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S301 that I believe is already in evidence. Is that a picture of the office?
It is.
And you indicated that you had a workspace in there. Where was your desk or workspace?
To the right. Like, right when you walked in, it was to the right side.
So it looks like there's a chair there on wheels.
Yes, sir.
Would that be the chair you're talking about
Yes.
where you would sit?
Yes, sir.
And who would sit at that big desk behind you?
Michael would.
What's S302 a picture of?
The office as well, looking out into the club room.
Now on the right-hand side, what's that big black item?
The safe. Not necessarily everything.
Did you have access on a regular basis to the safe?
No, sir.
And before I move on, do you and Michael Barrisone still have any sort of a business relationship?
No, sir.
Now, I think you indicated that you had met Mr. Barrisone quite some time ago. And did you know many of the same people in the industry?
We did. We do, yeah.
And how would you describe the equestrian community in terms of, I guess, size or familiarity?
I think everyone's pretty familiar with one another if you're after a certain point, yes.
During the course of time that you knew the defendant, worked with him, and were involved in a romantic relationship with him, did you communicate with him on a regular basis?
Yes. Not before we were in a relationship. Yeah.
But when you were?
Yes, sir.
And would that have been through various means, in person, over the phone, and through text message.
Sure.
Now, Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
What's
Who's open
I'm going to ask you to do that just in
Okay.
just a moment. Did you give your phone to the police on the day of the
I
shooting,
did,
August
yes.
7th?
Yes, sir.
All right. Once again, just let him finish, okay? Thank you.
And that was August 7th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what kind of phone it was? Maybe not the specific
An
model.
iPhone?
Judge, if I could have permission to move S-176 into evidence?
Any objections? All right, S-176 is in evidence.
Yes, so if you could open that. And is that your phone that you gave to the police that day?
It is, yes.
And you can put it back in there, thank you.
Okay.
And you're aware, or you became aware after giving that to the police at some point in the last amount of time since the shooting, that phone was processed by the police?
Of course, yes.
And you understand that they had extracted certain
Absolutely, yes.
evidence from it?
Yes.
Now, during the course of time that you and the defendant were working together and involved in a relationship together, did you discuss various things related to the equestrian world?
Sure.
And that would have involved things that were going on maybe with other people in the equestrian community?
Sure.
Did you discuss things related to the business and running the farm?
Absolutely.
At times, now you indicated that the defendant was also your coach,
Yes, sir.
and is it fair to say that based on the fact that you were involved in a relationship with him, you were running a business with him, and that you were being coached by him, you're aware of some of his philosophies on horsemanship and that sort of
Sure.
thing?
Sure.
Can you tell the jury what horsemanship is?
I think everyone would describe that differently. Horsemanship, to me, would be everything that goes into managing a horse. Everything down to the grooming, the barn, the feed, the veterinary care, the farrier, and then also doing and taking as much time you need to develop the horse in the most correct way.
What was the defendant's view on horsemanship?
He put a big importance on horsemanship.
Judge, at this point, if I could have a breakout room to show some text messages to Ms. Gray.
Sure.
Judge, for the record, this is marked as S-171. Ms. Gray, can you see that screen in front of you?
I can.
So, just so you know that this item has been marked for identification so we can keep track of it with the record at this point, but we won't be displaying it up on the screen, so just you'll be able to see
Okay.
it. So if you need us at some point to make it bigger,
Okay.
to make it easier to see, then just tell me. And I'm going to direct your attention to line 6, 7, 7, 8 of S-171. Do you see that line?
Tell me the number one more time, please.
6, 7, 7, 8. If you look, there's a little
Yes.
cursor
Okay,
next
yes.
to it. And does that indicate that it was a text message that Michael Barison, the defendant, sent you on February 17th, 2019?
Correct.
And what did he say in that second line of that text message?
Judge, again, I have no objection as long as I can get into the specific conversations.
All right. It's quarter of. We'll take a morning break, ladies and gentlemen. It's right around that time. We have to discuss this legal issue, so we'll take about 20 minutes, so 11:05 or so. So use the facilities. If you want to get coffee, if there's coffee around, you can do that. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you about 11:05. Thank you. You may step down now.
Okay.
We resolved that legal issue over the break. Call the witness back in, Ms. Gray, please.
Ms. Gray? Ms. Gray?
All right, Ms. Gray's back on the witness stand. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could just re-pull up the breakout room, please,
Sure.
and we'll resume with where we just left off. And again, Judge, I'm referring to exhibit for identification, not evidence, S-171. Ms. Gray, we're just pulling that up in front of you, and if you recall, I had asked you about line 6778, and I should back up. You understand the exhibit, I know you don't have a physical exhibit in front of you, but it's been marked as S-171 would be your text messages between you and Michael Barison?
What are you asking me exactly?
You understand that S-171 are the text messages that were recovered from your phone between you and Michael Barison?
Okay, yes, sir.
And you haven't reviewed all of those before court today, correct?
No,
But you did look at some of them before you came into court today?
I did.
So I'm going to direct your attention to line 6778. Is that a text message from Michael Barison to you on February 17th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And what was the specific text of that text message? It's in column D.
How awesome. I've had that experience with horses too. Horsemanship is in all we do if we see it.
Next, I'm going to direct you to, and we're going to pull this up, lines 2417 to 2420. When you were coaching, when the defendant was coaching you as a rider, did he have certain sayings or things that he would say at times when he was coaching you?
Yes,
And were some of those things that he would repeat on a regular basis?
for sure.
And did some of them almost become ingrained in your mind?
Yes, yeah.
And I'm directing you to line 2417. Is that a text message from you to Michael Barison on May 18th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And do you ask him, what are the three things you never want to hear in the arena?
Yes.
And then the second line where it says, he's this or he's that, I'm trying, and what's the third? Is that you asking him what those
Correct.
three things are?
Correct.
And on line 2418, did he respond to you?
He did.
And did he tell you what the third thing was?
Yes,
What was that?
I know.
So if I direct your attention down to line 2420, which is 2 lines down, what did he say in that text message?
I don't care what he or she is or likes. If you aren't trying, why are you here? And if you knew, you wouldn't have this problem.
And is that consistent with something or three things that he never wanted to hear a rider say in the arena?
Yes, sir.
Judge, for the record, can I have the date set forth on the record?
Judge, that's May 18th, 2018. And the last questions that I wanted to ask you on this line would be on line 2528
Okay.
and 2529. Are those two text messages from the defendant, Michael Barison, to you?
Yes, sir.
And those are on May 23rd, 2018?
Correct.
And is the first one, it's the part of horsemanship most people don't get?
Yes, sir.
What did he say in the follow-up text message to you on line 2529?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have a limit on that nonsense. Horse, get a fucking hold of yourself. You will behave. You will not threaten nor endanger me. And you will do what I tell you or I will beat your ass. Funny, it's been working perfectly a long, long time.
All right, thank you. Now, in terms of how the work was split at the farm on a day-to-day basis, when you were there, what were your sort of roles or responsibilities at the farm?
I did a lot of the riding, not as much of the teaching, but most of the riding. Had some personal clients and personal horses, and would ride what I needed to when I needed to, type of thing.
And when you say that you were in charge of, or did a lot of the riding, what does that mean? Can you explain that to the jury?
The training of the horses?
Were you paid to work there?
No, sir.
Did you pay the defendant anything to board your horses there?
No, sir.
How many horses did you have living there, for example, in August of 2019?
I think 8 or 9.
Were there any other long-term employees for the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Justin Harden, and then some kids that work for us as working students that have been there for a while.
And can you explain to the jury who Justin Harden was and what his role at the barn was from your perspective?
Justin had been there a lot longer than I had, but he would be considered like an assistant trainer. He did a lot of the teaching to the ladies and also was a trainer of the horses.
Do you know what the name of the defendant's business was?
Michael Barison Dressage?
And are you aware whether he had a website for that business?
I am, yeah.
With respect to the website, what is your recollection about what some of the different pages or sections of the website were?
I think it showed both the facilities, Florida and New Jersey, and then it showed picture and information on myself, Justin, and Michael.
Judge, I believe these items are marked as S73. Excuse me, Judge. S71, S72.
Hold on a second. 70?
No, 71, S72, S73, S74, S75, and S76.
I have no objection to these coming into evidence, Judge.
All right. S71 through S76 will be admitted into evidence.
All right, Ms. Gray, I'm going to ask you if you could first look at what we'll pull up here is S71. Actually, could I ask that you look at first S73? What does S73 appear to be?
Maybe the homepage of the website, maybe.
And do you see a date in the top left corner there?
Yes,
What's the date there?
August 8th, 2019.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate, I guess, screenshot or printout of the way the website looked on that date?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So you said you thought that this was the, possibly the homepage. What does it say under Barisone Dressage? To your
I
recollection?
don't recall.
Underneath that, what did it say in that next line? And if you need us to
I
make
can
it a
read
little
it.
bigger.
We are a full-service, world-class dressage boarding, training, and coaching business with farms in New Jersey and Florida. Our team of Grand Prix dressage riders produces horses to international levels, and we offer limited sales.
And the picture there in the middle of the screen that would have been on the website is what?
The New Jersey farm.
And is that the clubhouse that you talked about earlier?
Correct.
So if we look in the very middle of that picture, you had indicated there was like a foyer with some coolers.
Yes,
Was that the doorway that you would enter
it
into?
is.
And where on this picture would the office be that you looked at pictures of?
The far left window, not the building on the other side, but in the front structure, the far left window.
Almost where that column from the
Right behind.
overhang comes on? What was in the building that is to the far left?
It was a shop. Workshop.
Scrolling down a little bit more, what is Hawthorne Hill?
I think originally that was what John Lumberg called the facility.
Who do you know John Lumberg to be?
It was a partner, he was a partner with Michael Barison on the New Jersey farm.
And is it fair to say then, I won't make you read this whole thing, but is this a paragraph that was on the website that would talk about some of the facilities and what the amenities were at the property?
Correct.
And is there also an address there?
There is.
Is that the same address as the property that you were discussing earlier?
Yes, sir.
All right, next I'm going to ask you if you could look at S75. And S75 has that same logo in the center as well as the same date in the top left corner.
Yes, sir.
And it has that same, I guess, description of the business right under Barisone Dressage as well.
Yes, sir.
And if we scroll down on S75, who's that a picture of?
That's myself. That's me.
And for the members of the jury who aren't familiar with dressage, what are you wearing in that picture?
I'm wearing the uniform that you compete at FEI level, so it's a long shad belly. We call it a shad belly. It's a long coat with tails and competition helmet, and our white pants we ride in the shows, and then white gloves. So like my competition outfit.
And if we scroll down a little bit more, and again, I won't embarrass you and ask you to read this whole thing, but is that your name as well as a description of some of your accomplishments and what you would offer at the farm?
Yes, sir.
And next, if I could direct your attention to S76. Does S76 have a date of August 7th, 2019 in the top left corner?
It does.
And that's the date of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And again, has the same logo and language about the business in the middle there?
Yes, sir.
And as we scroll down, who is that a picture of?
Michael Barrison.
And again, is he wearing the common attire that you would wear for an FEI tournament
Yes.
or competition?
Yes, sir.
And then does this webpage have Michael Barisone's name as well as some other information about his background and some of his accomplishments in the equestrian and dressage community?
Correct.
And then the last, be careful pouring that over your
She saw
table.
me.
The last one I wanted to ask you about at this point was S72. Does that indicate a date of August 10th, 2019?
It does.
And if we scroll down, what is that a picture of?
The Florida farm.
And that's the farm that you indicated that you would train at when you were in Florida with the defendant?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that this stable was smaller than the New Jersey stable?
It is, yes.
Do you remember approximately how many horses this stable could accommodate?
In this barn, I think 14. I'm guessing, as a guess.
And again, with this website, or this webpage rather, there's a description of the Florida facilities and some of the other amenities that are located there.
That's correct.
Now, during the summer of 2019, in particular, did the defendant ever express any concerns to you over the way that the farm was running?
Yes.
In general, what were some of the concerns he would complain of?
I would say it was always like management, cleanliness, keeping things in order. And
I want to ask you a few follow-up questions that about your own horse ownership. You indicated that in August of 2019, you think maybe you owned 8 or 9 horses.
I did.
Can horses be expensive to buy?
Yes.
What would be some of the factors that may impact how expensive a horse is?
The level of training, competition experience, talent, quality, age.
And do people, and I'll ask you specifically about the dressage community, do people buy horses for different reasons?
For sure, yes.
What are some of the reasons that you bought and owned 8 or 9 horses?
I bought my horses to develop, either to be competition horses or sale horses.
I'm assuming that purchasing the horse isn't where the expenses end?
Absolutely not.
What are some of the ownership expenses that a horse owner is responsible for?
Board, training, if you go there, feed, farrier, vet, competition, if you compete, you can go on and on, tack, riding apparel.
So tack is riding apparel?
No, riding apparel will be like the stuff that you wear, boots, hat, equipment, and then like the horse equipment.
And what's tack?
Tack is saddle, bridle, blankets, boots, everything that goes on the horse.
How about you just use the term farrier? For the members of the jury who don't know what a farrier is, what's that?
It's the person that trims the horse's feet. Their feet grow, and they trim about every 4 to 6 weeks, and they put shoes on or leave them barefoot.
During the course of time that you were working with the defendant and involved in a romantic relationship with him, did you ever discuss anything about his reputation, or did you ever see him do any things to reflect on his reputation?
Can you elaborate?
Was his reputation important to him?
For sure.
And why was that?
I think
Objection.
All right, what's the nature of the objection? On what grounds?
How does she know why his reputation is important? What are the reasons?
Clarify that. I'll have him rephrase the question.
You indicated that you ran a business with the defendant, worked with him,
work with him, yes.
and we just looked at a number of web pages that marketed the various properties that he owned, as well as himself and the trainers who worked there.
Yes.
Did you ever make any observations of him and the way he would deal with people that would indicate to you that his reputation was important to him?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I think in the horse industry, your reputation is a lot. How you deal with people and horses, for sure.
Did you ever see him interact with other people, coaching other people or training other people besides yourself?
Yes, absolutely.
And was the way that he interacted with those people the same as how he interacted and coached you, or different?
Could be different.
And what would be an example of it being different?
I think he was harder on me because of our relationship and his desire to see me do well, and his belief in my abilities.
So I guess would the corollary to that be that sometimes he was easier on other people that he didn't coach on a regular basis?
Yes.
Now, during the times that you interacted with him, that you were working with him, that you were in a relationship with him, did you ever know anything about the business that he was running?
Yes.
For example, did you know anything, maybe not specifics, but did you know general things about the finances of the business?
General things.
And can you tell the jury what you knew?
That it took a lot of money to run a business of that size.
And at times, would he indicate that to you or tell you that he was having issues in terms of cash flow?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that would be with relation to having cash liquid available?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately how expensive it was or what the expenses were on a monthly basis to run the farm?
I would guesstimate between $40,000 and $50,000 a month.
And I'm going to direct your attention to S-171. And I believe I would ask for a breakout room at this point, Judge.
Why?
Now, you indicated that the defendant was, was married before you?
Correct.
Were you aware of his finances related to the divorce?
Not necessarily. I mean, I've been divorced, so I know that finances usually get split up.
Did he ever share anything with you about how much money he had to pay out in the divorce?
I'm sure, yes.
So first, I'm going to go back. I'm going to direct your attention to line 5398.
What number exhibit is this?
This is again S171. This is line 5398. Is that a text message from Michael Barisone to you in November of 2018 that says, how do you think I keep all this going? 40K a month. I can't go to sleep. I have to be aware every day.
That is correct.
And then down approximately 6 or 7 more lines on line 5405. Did he send you a text message on that same day indicating the per month expenses at the farm?
Yes, he did.
And did he indicate the lease for the New Jersey farm was $6,000 a month, mortgage Florida $3,000, feed $5,000, shavings $3,000, farrier $3,000, property taxes $3,000, workers $8,000, insurance $3,000, utilities $2,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, sir.
And the other text message that I wanted to direct your attention to was on line 7270. Are you aware of approximately when Michael Barisone's divorce with Vera Kessels became final?
I'm pretty sure it was December of 2018.
Okay. And so this is a text message from March 19th, 2019, is that correct? From Michael Barisone to you?
Yes.
And did he say, I got clipped, 965K, hard to feel good?
Yes.
And was it your understanding, or is that refresh your memory, that he had paid approximately that amount of money as a result of the divorce?
Yes, or was going to have to do that.
Now, you indicated that and maybe this is my words, not yours, but that the dressage community is somewhat close-knit.
Absolutely.
Are you aware of an individual involved in the dressage, or strike that? Are you aware of an individual involved in the equestrian community named George Morris?
I am.
And do you know if the defendant knew Judge George Morris personally?
I am aware of that, yes.
Did something happen to George Morris on August 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
He had a lifetime safe sport ban.
And was that newsworthy or noteworthy in the
Very
equestrian
much,
community?
yes. For several reasons.
Now, you just mentioned safe sport. Can you tell the jury what your understanding of safe sport is?
Safe sport is for all the Olympic sports. It's something like all of us have to go through either as a coach, trainer, rider, owner. It's a course you have to complete and a continuing education you have to stay up to date with about all of the basic moral values of dealing with athletes, children, everything from bullying to sexual abuse, all the things that have kind of gone on in the past that have brought us to this point.
And safe sport didn't exist when you first started riding,
No,
did it?
absolutely not.
So did it become something that, when it was instituted, everyone knew about and
Yes,
talked about?
yes, it was a requirement to compete and be an active member.
Are you aware whether the defendant was registered or licensed through safe sport?
I think in the beginning, yes.
What is USEF?
United States Equestrian Federation.
And can you tell the jury what the role of the United States Equestrian Federation is?
Well, we have two governing bodies. We have USDF and USDF. In order to compete, we have to have active memberships as rider, coach, owner. They're governing bodies that we have to be members of in order to be an active competitor.
Now, are you aware of whether the defendant, Michael Barison, knew people at the higher levels or at the administrative levels of the USEF?
I am aware of that.
At some point, did the defendant ask you to gather information about Lauren Kanarek?
Yes.
And did you have conversations with him about contacting USEF in late July or early August of 2019?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to S171, line 9338. Is that a text message from Michael Barisone to you on July 30th, 2019?
It looks like me to Michael.
9338, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The wrong one was highlighted there.
Michael to me, yes. Do you want me to read that?
What number is that?
It's line 9338.
38.
Can you read that text message that the defendant sent you on July 30th?
Yes. I need every single person who has ever been screwed by Lauren, Rob, and the dad. Farriers, vets, trainers, every single one. I'm going to get her a lifetime ban as a competitor.
And are the words "every single person" entirely in capitals?
Yes.
Did he then go on line 9342, approximately 3 text messages later, to repeat "every single person," all in capitals?
Yes.
Did you or the defendant at some point make a complaint directly to USEF about Lauren Kanarek?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
July, maybe in July sometime? I don't remember
Would
exactly.
it be fair to say it was around the same time that that text message was sent?
Oh, when was that sent?
Well, that you just identified that as July 30th,
Okay,
2019.
then yes, yeah.
So I'm gonna, Judge, I'd like to ask for S400 to be marked and entered into evidence so I can show it to the witness and display it to the jury.
What number is that?
400. That's the receipt.
No objection.
All right, no objection. It's 400 will be admitted into evidence and can be shown to the witness and to the jurors.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you made the complaint to the United States Equestrian Foundation, how did you make that?
Email?
Did you send the email or did someone else?
I don't remember, maybe both of us, actually.
Did you at any point ever collect materials and send them in the regular mail or UPS?
I did.
And what specifically did you send them?
Lots and lots of information that we gathered on Lauren Kanarek.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S400. Does S400 appear to be a receipt from the UPS store dated in the top left, Tuesday, August 6, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And who is the sender?
Myself.
Who is the recipient?
Sonia Keating.
What is your understanding, or who do you know Sonia Keating to be?
I think she was the main contact for the Safe Sport.
Where did you get her name as a contact to send this to?
I don't recall.
Did the defendant give it to you?
I don't recall.
All right, we'll scroll down to the second page of SS400. And in the top left, is that a copy of the receipt from the UPS store?
Yes.
And does that indicate you sent it from the Chester UPS store on August 6, 2019 at 1:11 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down a little bit more, it indicates, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that you bought a box while you were there to ship the materials in?
Apparently, yes.
Where it says 8.5 by 11 copies, QTY 756, What does that mean to you?
Quantity of 756 pages.
And would that be does that sound approximately like the number of pages that you would have sent as part of this package to
It does,
USCF
yes.
Safe Sport?
Yes.
Now, I think you had indicated before that you would train at the Florida farm in the winter months and then come north to New Jersey to train during the summer season.
Correct.
Approximately, when did the summer season run from?
April or May to November-ish.
So in August of 2019, were you here at the New Jersey farm?
Correct.
That summer, when you moved here in approximately April, May, where were you living?
I don't recall the very first where we were living. It was at the barn, in the barn apartment, or we went straight to the house. I don't recall.
But at some point that summer, were you living in the house?
Absolutely, yes.
And is that when you referenced earlier that you were also living in the house at the same time as Rob and Lauren?
Yes, correct.
You also, I think, indicated that Justin Harden had previously lived in the second floor, but that in the summer of 2019, Rob and Lauren were living there.
That's correct.
What was the reason for the change in living situation?
Honestly, I can't answer that, other than arrangements were made for her to move in and Justin to move out.
Well, let me ask you, did anything happen to the house, or are you aware of anything happening to the house at some point during the winter of 2018-2019?
I am.
What was that?
There was a pipe that burst in the top floor, and the kitchen that belonged to Justin Harden, and the water ran through all floors of the house.
And did you actually see some of the damage at some point that had been done by the water?
Yes.
What floors was that to, the damage?
From what I understand, it started in the upstairs kitchen, and then the ground floor was the whole kitchen area, and a little bit into the dining room needed a full renovation, and down into the basement as well.
And the basement is where you indicated that the working students would usually live?
Correct.
Were any of them able to live there during the summer of 2019?
No.
And when you moved back into the house in the summer of 2019, what floor of the house were you living on?
The ground floor.
What was the condition or state of that floor?
It needed a full renovation.
Now, directing your attention to Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin, do you recall when you first met them approximately?
Approximately, yes. In the winter in Florida of 2018.
And did they then come back to New Jersey and Lauren live and train in New Jersey in the summer of 2018?
I don't recall. I think that she came as a client, but I think lived maybe elsewhere at the time.
Now, what was the nature of your involvement with Lauren Kanarek from a business or a working perspective when she first came to Barisone Dressage?
I taught her here and there.
And at some point, did that change?
In what way?
Did the defendant ever ask you to do anything with respect to training or coaching Lauren Kanarek?
Yes.
When was that?
I helped her, even when she first came, I taught her some in Florida. And then mostly it was Justin, and then I helped her some in the summer of 2019.
How did that go?
Really bad.
Did you express that to the defendant?
Yes.
What was his response?
I'm not really sure how to answer that, other than I wasn't able to deal with it anymore, so I asked him to teach her.
Did you have any professional relationship with Rob Goodwin?
Only via the horses and being around in the barn.
I mean, did you ever coach him, train him,
No.
work with him?
No.
What would you describe your personal or social relationship like with them when they first came to the barn?
In Florida?
When they first came to work with Michael Barison and Barisone Dressage, how would you describe your personal or social relationship with them?
Non-existent.
So you had no interaction with them at the beginning of their,
Not really. I mean, I taught her maybe a handful of times the first season in Florida, but no social relationship.
did you ever have a social relationship with them?
I would say no.
What was your understanding or knowledge, just what you were aware of the working agreement or the professional agreement between Lauren Kanarek and the defendant?
That I never really knew.
Did you ever have any observation? Did you know why she was at the farm?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
What was she doing at the farm?
To work on her riding and develop her horses and progress as a rider.
And did she come there to work with Michael Barisone, with you, with Justin Harden, or
With Michael
someone else?
Barrison.
Did you ever observe them working together?
Yes,
Do you know if she had any horses at the barn?
she did.
Do you know approximately how many?
The number grew, maybe 4 at one time.
Are you aware if she was paying any money to Michael Barisone to board the horses, train the horses, or get coached there?
Yes, sir.
Summer of 19, whether it was at the New Jersey farm or
Summer
somewhere
of
else?
2018, yeah. 19 was at the house.
And you indicated that they were living in the farmhouse.
That's correct.
Now, we just looked at those, some of those text messages between you and Michael Barisone, as well as the receipt from the UPS store. Is it fair to say, or would you characterize things between yourself and Michael and Rob and Lauren at that time as good or bad?
The whole environment was really bad.
Objector, what was the time frame?
Yes, repeat that question.
I'll re-ask it, Judge.
Rephrase then. All right, withdrawn and rephrase, please.
By July of 2019, how would you describe the relationship between yourself and Michael Barisone with Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin?
2019,
Yes.
the environment in the stable and around them was really unhealthy and toxic.
At some point, did Michael Barisone send you a text message telling you that he would make things miserable for them to stay?
I think that you and I have talked about that, but I don't necessarily recall.
Well, let me show you the text
Yeah.
message. And this is on S-171, Judge, line 9080. Is line 9080 a text message from Michael Barisone to you on July 13th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And did he text you, I will just make it so miserable to be here that they will beg to go elsewhere, watch me. This I am very, very good at.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the course of July 2019 and August 2019, there were conversations between you and the defendant about ways to get rid of Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin?
Yes, to get them off the farm, yes.
Now, you mentioned that you were living in the farmhouse with Michael Barisone and that Lauren and Rob were living upstairs.
Yes,
At some point that summer, do you recall if you moved out of the farmhouse?
we did.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
End of July,
And where did you go?
up to the clubhouse, club room.
At times during the beginning of August 2019, when you were living up at the clubhouse at this point, did other people come to stay at the farm?
They did.
Do you recall who some of those people may have been?
My father, my son was there at some point, Ruth Cox, Mary DeFranco, some of the kids were there, the parents type of thing.
And so Ruth Cox, for example, who is Ruth Cox?
Ruth is a person that I owned a horse with, and Michael owned a horse with. I actually owned 2 horses with. She was a partner and a friend and client.
And how frequently would you say that she would come to the farm?
Quite often.
to show you what's line 9350 on S171. And if you, is that a text message from Michael Barisone to you on August 3rd, 2019?
Yes,
Did he tell you, I need people here, adults, granddad, I told Ruth she can't leave, they will be broken by force of numbers?
that is correct.
And that was after you had moved out of the farmhouse and up to the clubhouse?
That's correct.
And I forget, I think you had said that it was the things up there were very toxic or something to that effect?
That's an understatement.
Now, are you aware in the beginning of August 2019, so after you move out of the farmhouse on about July 30th, you're living in the clubhouse, for those first couple of days in August of 2019, are you aware of whether anyone explicitly told Lauren and Rob to leave the property?
At some point, yes, it was said through, I think I actually said it at one point, it was said through an attorney in a meeting, so yes.
Are you aware of whether Michael Barisone ever told them to leave?
I'm not aware of that.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to line 9364 and 9365.
Okay.
Is 9364 a text message from you to Michael Barisone on August 3rd, 2019?
Yes,
And did you ask him, why can we not say to Lauren and Rob and the father, because still no one actually has, we are evicting you, you must leave, no one has said it?
that's correct.
And is his response to you on line 9365 Monday morning?
Yes, that's correct.
Moving down several more lines to line 9371. Is that another text message from later that day on August 3rd, 2019?
Yes,
Is that a text message sent from Michael Barison to you at 7:11 p.m.?
yes,
And does he say, let the calm stay, give the man Are you in meeting with her in that room? Was the door open or closed?
Closed.
Was anyone else in that room when you were having substantive conversations with her about why she was there?
No.
Did anyone ever interrupt you?
Yes.
Who is that?
Michael Barison.
Do you recall how many times he interrupted you?
3 maybe?
And without getting into specifically what the caseworker may have said, after she told him something, what did he do? Would he stay in the room or leave?
Oh, he would leave.
At some point, did he come back into the room and ask you to leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go after you left the room?
We went to the room adjacent to the office.
And did that have a door on it?
It did.
Were you able to see where Michael Barisone went or what he did after he asked you to leave the office?
No.
What were your observations of his demeanor at the time that the caseworker arrived?
Terrified, horrified, in panic, despondent. I mean, just completely upset.
Did you see him at that point running around the clubhouse or the barn at all?
No.
Did he raise his voice or yell or scream or anything at that point?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that there were police at 411 West Mill Road on August 7th?
Yes.
Do you recall how you became aware of that?
I think I had come out of the office and my father was actually walking up the driveway. So he told me.
Do you have any personal knowledge of what happened at the farmhouse that afternoon?
Ms. Gray, you indicated that your status is professional, correct?
Correct.
What is Lauren Kanarek's position?
As far as I know, an adult amateur.
And what is the quality of her riding ability?
Judge, objection?
Hopefully not
What's the basis for the objection?
I think there could be a foundation, sorry, Judge. There could be a foundation laid, but I don't think there's any foundation for that question to be asked. I think it also calls for opinion, but depending on the nature of the foundation.
She's the trainer, Judge. You've watched her over an extended period of time.
I don't know. I'll agree with your characterization over an extended period of time, but she did indicate that At points, she worked with Ms. Kanarek prior to the defendant, so I don't find the question objectionable. I'm not sure of the relevance, but I'll allow counsel some leeway in that regard.
What's Lauren Kanarek's riding ability?
She actually has quite a bit of ability and capability to be a great rider. But she rides as an amateur, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And do you consider yourself a better rider, more accomplished rider than she?
I wouldn't say a better rider. You don't even really have to have talent if you want to put the time in and work on getting better. I have competed more and have more like accolades because I've been doing it a long time, but the average person can learn to ride if they want to put the time and effort in.
All right. Did Lauren Kanarek put the time in based on your observations of her?
Not necessarily.
Did she always show up when she was scheduled to ride?
Most of the time, not.
Did she cause disruption within the stable or the dressage business while she was there?
A lot of times, yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you specific questions about the farmhouse, the 3 different living areas, directing your attention to July of 2019. That was after there was a flood, correct?
Correct.
And where was Michael Barison when that flood occurred?
In Florida.
With you?
Yes.
Was anyone living in the house at that time, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And in the summer of 2019, was the house under construction?
Yes.
Okay. And where you and Michael were living on the main floor of that farmhouse, was that partially being renovated?
It was. I don't think it had started yet, but it was gutted and empty.
It was gutted, there was no insulation?
No.
Could you hear the tenants above you?
Yes.
Lauren and Robert Goodwin, correct?
Correct.
And did there become a problem with them living above you?
Yes.
What was the problem?
Well, the were made to
Is that because you think he believed that you had the talent to accomplish great things in your sport?
I do.
And would you agree with me that he didn't push Lauren Kanarek as hard as you, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did he believe that she did not have the talent or the drive to
Objection.
do that?
Yeah, I think that's objectionable about what was
I'll
in
move on, Jim.
Mr. Barisone, so question will be stricken. Move on.
Now, you indicated on direct that Michael Barison's reputation means a lot to him, correct?
Correct.
Does your reputation mean a lot to you?
Sure.
And was your reputation attacked by Lauren Kanarek and Robert Goodwin?
Yes.
Did they basically do the same thing to you that they were doing to Michael Barison?
Hold on a sec. Let me see that sidebar.
Now, you indicated that Michael Barison's reputation is important to him, correct?
Correct.
Do you know any other professional athlete or dressage trainer whose reputation is not important to them?
No, sir.
Now, do you have personal information with regards to Lauren Kanarek attacking Michael Barison's reputation?
Yes.
And again, the prosecutor brought out that you sent 750-some pages to Safe Sport with respect to a complaint that you made against Lauren Kanarek, correct?
Correct.
What was in those 750 pages that the prosecutor brought out, indicated to you?
You mean generally speaking?
Generally
Generally speaking, all of the horrible things that she had said about us, and had said to other people, horrible threats and abuse on social media.
And you specifically sent the actual post with her words to them, correct?
Correct.
You sent social media posts with regards to threats that were made against you and Michael Barisone, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Barison saw these threats on social media, correct?
Correct.
How do you know that?
We would look at them together.
Okay. Next question.
And could you tell me what effect, what impact did those social media posts have on Michael Barison?
We were terrified of what it was building to and what was coming next. He was absolutely petrified and terrified.
And did you or he do anything with regards to hiring certain people to try to protect yourself?
We did.
Is it the fact that a private security guard was hired to sit at the top of the hill in front of the stables to guard the stables and the people inside?
That's correct.
Now, were you concerned about just your or your staff's personal safety or the safety of the horses in the stable?
Both.
Did any of the clients take precautions with regards to protecting their horses based on these social media posts?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
Slept in front of the horses' stalls, and some of the ladies were super concerned about the status in the barn and what was the threats being made.
Is it your testimony that grown women would actually sleep in front of the horse stables
Correct.
because they were concerned for their own horse's safety?
Correct.
And can you tell me what effect did you observe that had on Michael Barison?
I mean, everything just was materializing more and more every day that she was doing, and he was absolutely unraveling.
Now, was a private investigator hired to do a complete background check on Lauren Kanarek and Robert Goodwin?
Correct.
And is that one of the things that you sent to Safe Sport?
Yes. I think so, yes.
And I'm not asking you what was in that. Can you tell me what impact that had on Michael Barison when he got that background check on both of those people?
We were horrified these people were living on our property and were unaware of these things.
Were you afraid of them?
I was, yes.
Was Michael Barison terrified of them?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about his business for a second. Takes a lot of money to run a horse stable, correct?
Correct.
Prosecutor showed you some breakdown that Michael had sent you, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael usually always make his payments and keep things afloat?
Always.
And was it a struggle at times like it is for everyone else?
All right, Mr. Belinkis, everyone else isn't on trial here, so keep your questions and comments to the issues in this case, please.
You indicated that Michael Barison always paid his bills, correct?
Correct.
Irrespective of a cash flow problem. You're also aware of the fact, because you're familiar with his business and his personal finances, that he had millions of dollars worth of assets, correct?
Correct.
He owns the farm in Florida, free and clear, correct?
Correct.
He owns a number of horses which could be worth close to $1 million, correct?
Correct.
And he has some investment accounts, correct?
Correct.
And even though at times it was a struggle to keep all the bills paid. At some point in time, he told Lauren Kanarek to get,
Objection. We discussed this at the break, Your Honor.
to leave, Judge,
I'm sorry?
to leave the property.
Well, hold on a second, hold on a second. Let me see at sidebar.
Now, the prosecutor asked you questions with regards to a text, like no one officially told Lauren Kanarek to leave. Remember that text?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it a fact that numerous people had told Kanarek it's time to leave?
Judge.
What, again, Mr. Belenkas, I just ruled on that.
Judge, I thought I was referring to response to that text. Judge, I'll move on.
If you get, look, the text message was read. If you want to refer to the text message, that's fine. But
Judge,
I ruled it's improper to go outside of what this witness testified to in the text message.
Judge, with regards to that text, it says that no one officially told her to leave, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it a fact that unofficially, numerous people told her to leave?
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our lunch break now, and I'll resolve this legal issue once and for all right? Please don't talk about the case. We'll resume at, try to get back at around 1:20, so everyone's assembled. We can start at 1:30, all right? Thank you all. Please don't discuss the case.
purpose of that text message was not to show whether or not Lauren Kanarek had actually been asked to leave the property or not. It obviously goes to the defendant was not looking to get rid of her because he was not in fear. He did not have a reasonable belief that he had to act in self-defense. So that text message goes to show his state of mind. It is not offered, I recognize it came in that way, but it's not offered to show whether or not she was actually told, because her state of mind, whether she was actually told or not, has no relevance really or bearing on his guilt or not guilt.
Judge, that's not the impression that was created with that text that I objected to. The says official. The jury has the impression that up until right before the shooting, no one ever told Kanarek to leave. And that's a conversation they had with my client. And I can't put my client on.
You can.
I can, Judge.
That's
but
you
I'm
choose
on.
not to. That's up to you. So
I
don't say
choose
you
not
can't
to.
put him on. You
So by
can.
letting that text in, Judge, it creates a prejudicial impression that Barison basically was sitting on his hands, which again falls into the line of what the prosecutor was saying, that he wasn't afraid. And she was told by different people, that Barison...
I know, but here's the thing. Her state of mind, Kanarek's state of mind, whether that's not really an issue. It's Mr. Barison's state of mind.
Yeah, I'm talking about Mary Haskins Gray, Judge, when she...
If you want to ask her, if she asked Ms. Kanarek to leave, you can do that. That's her testimony. She did it. She can tell you about it, when it happened, where it happened, what the reaction was.
But can't she also explain, Judge, that word with regards to official, that she was aware that other people...
No.
All right. I made my...
Because how does she get that information from
She's
other
with
people?
Michael Barison.
It doesn't matter. It's still hearsay. If you want to call other people in to testify about it, then call other people. You can't bring out your whole case through one witness and say, well, it's other people. It's inappropriate. You can't cross-examine that. You want to bring in a meeting that she wasn't even attending. That's complete hearsay. I'm not going to allow it. You can ask this witness if she did and when she did it and the circumstances. That much I'll allow. But not other people.
Understood,
All
Judge.
right. Be back at 1:20 so we can start at 1:30.
How sophisticated were they? Right?
That's fair for some of them, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, some.
A lot of them were GWI.
Ms. Gray out there? Ms. Gray?
She was when I just came back in, Judge.
I do not see her. She might be around them.
I think she may have moved when they were bringing the defendant and they cleared the hallway.
Yes. All right.
Jury entering.
All right, good afternoon, members of the jury. Please be seated. I will call Ms. Gray to the stand, resume her testimony. Hi, Ms. Gray.
Hi.
You have a seat. We're going to resume your testimony now. All right, go ahead, Mr. Belinkus.
Ms. Gray, I'm referring to the post that you testified to on direct in response to the prosecutor's questions with regards to Lauren Kanarek officially being told to leave. Did you personally, at any point, tell her to leave prior to that text message?
I do believe that at some point I said, if you're so unhappy, then why don't you leave? Yes.
Okay, and do you know approximately when in time that was made?
I don't recall.
Now, prior to that text, were you involved personally with Michael in contacting an attorney to start legal proceedings to get them out?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that attorney?
Stephen Tarshis?
And did there come a period of time, approximately a month, where the father was in Europe and everything was stalled?
Yes, sir.
Who is the person making all the decisions based on your interactions with regards to Lauren Kanarek and her staying on the farm?
Michael and the father? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. When you say the father.
Lauren's father.
What did Lauren's father do as far as this situation? Strike that. I'll
Hold on.
withdraw the question.
Withdraw the question, please.
Okay. Was it Lauren's father who negotiated everything with Michael, to your knowledge?
Let's just, do you know that fact? Were you present during the negotiations?
No.
Okay. With regards to those postings that you talked about on Cross, did you ever see Michael Barison break down in response to what he saw on those social media posts?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe some of those instances to the jury?
He continued to become more and more fearful, to unravel, to be in panic, sheer panic. To say we were concerned or worried is an understatement. But as things escalated day by day, his deterioration increased.
Did he ever break down and literally get into a fetal position?
Yes, sir.
You witnessed that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked about a number of pictures at the stable area. After you fled the farmhouse with Michael and your child, you were living in that club room that was depicted, correct?
Correct.
And that's a pretty, right there. That whole room is surrounded by wood, ceilings, walls.
Yes.
The office is surrounded by the same thing, wood.
Yes, sir.
Big, heavy doors, wooden doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did there come a time when you believed that your private conversations were being recorded?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I would say when we had moved up there, so the end of July going into August was when we determined that was happening.
And how did you make that determination?
Lauren would text and taunt Michael over things that only we had discussed in private.
Things you discussed in private in the club room,
Club room and office.
the office where the safe is?
Yes, sir.
And when Lauren would post something on social media, did she always keep it up, or would she delete it?
A lot of times it would be deleted. Some things were left up, yes.
Okay, but other things were in fact deleted, correct?
Correct.
And at times, did you take or try to take screenshots of those things to document the exact words that were being said?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you present on the 4 occasions that Michael Barison called 911?
Yes, sir.
On August 31st, when the police arrived, did you personally hear him say,
Objection.
No, Mr. Malinkus.
Right.
Sustained.
you were present for each time he called 911, correct?
Correct.
And I'm not asking you what was said, but he had a conversation with the police on each occasion, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you personally see him try to show them some of these posts or screenshots?
Yes, I
or-
did.
And what was their reaction?
They did not take it seriously.
And what effect, if any, did you observe those interactions have on Michael Barison?
It made it all a lot worse.
Did it make it worse for you?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, the prosecutor talked to you about the type of person Michael Barison was with regards to his business, specifically that, how he ran his business. You indicated, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that you expressed concerns with regards to how Michael Barison was conducting his day-to-day business operations, correct?
I did, yeah.
Was Michael Barison in a fragile state of mind running the business at that time?
Mr. Malinkus. Let me see that sidebar, please, for a minute.
Ms. Gray,
Yes,
first of all, before I ask you the next question, you said that Michael Barison was in a fetal position. Did that happen more than once?
yes.
How many times?
It could be quite often.
And was he depressed?
Yes, sir.
Was he severely anxious?
Very much.
At any point in time when you saw him going through all of this, did he ever become angry?
No,
Have you ever seen any violence displayed by Michael Barison at any point in your relationship with him?
no, sir, no violence.
He yells a lot sometimes, correct?
Correct.
Now, did those things, those specific things that you just described with regards to his reaction to these events, affect his ability to run his business?
Yes, very much.
Affected his ability to make decisions at times?
Yes,
John,
sir.
to
Yeah,
object.
that's Mr. Belinkus. I'm not sure if you want to get into specifics about it, but, you know, you're asking her to opine on the defendant's state of mind in that question, so the objection's sustained.
Now, the prosecutor asked you questions with regards to Michael's divorce from his wife Vera, and showed you a specific text message. To your knowledge, does Michael have a good relationship with his ex-wife?
Yes, sir.
So when he talked about having to pay her $900,000 plus in that text, do you believe he held any animosity towards her based on that?
Judge, can we be heard at sidebar? I apologize because I know the jury is here, but.
All right, questions being withdrawn by Mr. Belinkus.
Now, the prosecutor asked you questions about George Morris and the Safe Sport band. Do you recall those?
I do.
Now, did Lauren Kanarek file a complaint against you with
Yes.
Safe Sport?
Yes, sir.
And how did that turn out?
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
I don't know what the relevance to the outcome of any of Safe
Yeah, what
Sport's
is that?
Her
findings.
knowledge of Safe Sport, and it relates to the testimony of Mr. Morris.
Oh, I don't see it relevant, what the outcome of it was, or the nature of it.
Now, there's been testimony on direct that you sent Safe Sport hundreds and hundreds of pages, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have any contact with them by way of email
At what time?
at any point in time prior to the incident?
I did. Yeah.
to your knowledge, in your presence, did Michael have any contact with Say Sport by email?
Well, not Safe Sport directly for either of us. We were talking to Sonia Keening on email.
Okay. And again, did you sometimes draft the emails for Michael?
Sometimes, yes.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 1000B and refer you specifically to number 274. May I approach that?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Gray, I'm going to show you D1000B and refer you to a specific email on August 3rd, number 274, and ask you to read this whole thing.
Okay.
To herself?
Yes.
Out loud?
No,
yourself.
to
Okay.
yourself.
Okay.
Do you recall helping Michael draft that email?
I do. Yeah.
Judge, I'd like to introduce that and read that email at this time.
I would object.
You have a copy that the court can see?
I don't think I have a
Come
marked
up, come up
copy
the
of that, no.
sidebar.
you indicated on direct examination that in July of 2019, that the relationship with Lauren Kanarek was toxic, unhealthy. Did you ever discuss personally with Michael Barison having Kanarek removed from the property?
Yes, sir.
And you've already talked about getting a lawyer involved, correct?
Correct.
Prior to August, was Lauren Kanarek's father in Europe?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was he contacted with regards to?
By who?
By,
Again, this, with knowledge, that's, could be based on hearsay. If she contacted him, that's one thing. She's got to have a basis for her knowledge.
were you there when anyone personally contacted the father?
Yes, sir.
Who contacted the father?
Michael Barison.
Did he send the father?
Objection, Judge.
Well, I didn't even hear I didn't hear the question yet, so I can't rule on it. So let Mr. Belinkus finish the question, and then I'll rule on it. What's your question?
Were any of these postings sent to the father, to your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that your father came up in the beginning of August, correct?
Correct.
Who asked him to come up?
I think both Michael and myself did,
And why did you ask your father to come up?
because I was terrified.
Did anyone else come up to the stable when things started to get toxic?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Dr. Ruth Cox.
And when you say Dr. Ruth Cox, is she a psychologist?
Yes, sir.
And that's the woman you said was sleeping in front of her horse's stall?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you started living in the clubhouse with Michael Barison, did things get worse as far as the social media attacks?
A lot worse, yes.
And isn't it a fact that Lauren Kanarek would come up late at night with a flashlight to taunt you and the people in the stable area?
On
Judge,
occasion, yes.
I'm going to object to the continued use of the word taunting and
Right.
threatening. I've obviously
Yeah,
haven't
you can,
objected
yeah,
every
I mean,
single
that's,
time.
the witness hasn't testified about that. You can ask her what she observed
Okay,
herself from her own personal knowledge, but don't characterize it.
okay. Did you observe Lauren Kanarek coming from the farmhouse area up towards the stable area in the woods, turning her flashlight on and off?
I think that was Michael that saw that.
All right, we'll strike that answer then. If it's not the witness's answer, she has no personal knowledge of it. It's hearsay if it was told to her. So, members of the jury, please strike from your memory that last answer. You can't use it for any purpose.
Ms. Gray, with regards to the social media posts, did Lauren Kanarek use any of your private conversations with Michael Barison and post them on social media?
Yes, sir.
were asked specific questions with regards to your son and his relationship with Michael Barison. Was Michael Barison ever alone with your son, you not being there?
Not to my knowledge. Maybe in passing or. But we were always together.
No. Did Michael Barison love your son?
Very much.
Objection.
Mr. Belinkus, this witness can't testify about the defendant's state of mind. You
Directing
can
your
ask her
attention-
about her relationship, but not Mr. Barison's feelings about other people. That's not proper. Sustained.
Directing your attention to August 7th. Now, DCPP comes to the farm, correct, or stable area,
Correct.
okay? You have a meeting with her in Michael Barison's office, correct?
Correct.
And there, she told you that there was an allegation.
Objection. It's what, she can't
What's
testify.
the basis of it?
Hearsay. She can't testify to what somebody else told her.
Does Michael Barison heard what was told?
Mr. Belinkus, don't make comments. Come to sidebar.
DCPP, correct?
Correct.
Michael Barison continually opened the door and came in the office while you were talking, correct?
Correct.
Did DCPP tell you who made the allegations?
Just
No.
answer yes or no.
No.
Did she give you any indication who may have done
It's the
that?
same question.
It's different, Judge. She didn't give it.
You didn't give a name, but an indication. You're just asking the same question a different way.
Did she say anything with regards to who made the allegation?
She said it came
Oh,
from.
that's, hold on. This is hearsay. Just answer yes or no. Did the DCP and P workers specifically tell you who made the allegation?
No,
Just
sir.
answer yes or
No,
no.
sir.
All right.
As you sit here today, are you afraid of Lauren Kanarek?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did Robert Goodwin ever threaten you?
No, sir.
Did an incident happen on August 8th?
Objection.
Yeah, yes.
August 8th.
It's after.
That's it.
Day after the shooting, there was an interaction, Judge.
Between Mr. Goodwin and the witness.
Yes, and the father.
What's the relevance of that? Come up.
When you believe that your private recordings were being, your private conversations were being recorded, did you or Michael do anything with your knowledge to try to address that situation and determine what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
We hired like a private investigator type person that did debugging to come to the farm and go through our office, club room, locker area to look for recording devices.
And strike that. Judge, I believe I'm done. Thank you.
Fine. Any redirect, Mr. Shellhorn?
Yes, Judge, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Gray, you were asked about Dr. Cox coming to visit the farm in those days of August 2019.
Yes, sir.
Had she ever wanted to sleep in the barn near the horses before?
No.
She had never been warned not to sleep in the barn because it reflected poorly on the business?
I don't think she slept in the barn now prior to this.
Judge, if I could have a sidebar. I'm going to show the witness,
You mean a breakout room?
I'm sorry, a breakout room. Yes, thank you.
Breakout room.
And I'm going to show her S-171. And I'm going to direct your attention to line 5735. Is that a text message from Michael Barisone to you on December 7th, 2018?
That's correct.
And does that refresh your memory that the defendant told you, Ruth gave me a never-ending text about how she needs to be near Dee Dee, and how could I be so cruel to not let her sleep in the barn?
That is what that says, yes.
Judge, if I could also have permission to show the witness what's been marked as S-172?
Sure, in the breakout room, right?
In the breakout room.
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention to line 2043.
I don't see that, Johnson. No.
Is that a text message between you and Ruth Cox on December 4th, 2018?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to whether or not the defendant had advised Dr. Cox no more sleeping on the couch or floor in the club room because it's an Olympic facility, not a trailer park?
That's
Judge,
correct.
Again, I object to that. It has nothing to do with the stable area.
Judge, the implication was that Dr. Cox was
Judge.
sleeping in the barn because she was so frightened and terrified, and this clearly goes to show that she had done that or wanted to do that on prior occasions.
This has to do with the
The club
clubhouse,
room.
Judge, and sleeping on the
All right,
couch.
all right, I get it, I sustain the objection. Move on, Mr.
Ms. Gray,
Shellhorn.
you were asked a number of questions about Mr. Barison's demeanor, I guess, in July and August of 2019.
Yes.
And I think you were asked a series of questions by Mr. Belinkis, whether he was depressed, severely anxious. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Today, yes.
Would you say, or would you agree, that the defendant had issues with depression or anxiety before Lauren Kanarek ever came to the farm?
Yes.
And at times, would he make statements to you indicating the extent of that anxiety or depression?
Yes.
And that was before he even met her?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Did the interaction and what was going on with Lauren Kanarek exasperate those conditions.
Very much.
Were you afraid, based on that decline, that Michael Barison was going to kill himself?
Yes, that crossed my mind for sure.
As late as when in relationship to the shooting?
The day before.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'll finish, Ms. Gray, thank you. All right, Mr. Shalhorn, call your next witness.
Judge of State will call Justin Harden.
All right, Justin Harden. Please remain standing for a minute. Place your left hand on that Bible, Mr. Harden, if you would. Please raise your right hand and listen to my court clerk administer an oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Justin Harden, Hardin.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Mr. Harden. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. We have jurors in the first two rows in the gallery. If you don't understand a question, please don't answer it. Just indicate you're not sure or you don't understand, and I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, Mr. Shalhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harden, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Justin Harden,
And how old are you?
42.
Do you know Michael Barison?
I do.
Do you see him here in court today?
I do.
Would you identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Blue and red tie.
All right, identifying the defendant.
Where do you currently live, Mr. Harden?
In Wellington, Florida.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your own professional experience and what you do for a living?
I am a horse trainer and competitor.
And is there a specific discipline that you currently train and compete in?
Yes.
What is that?
Dressage.
Can you tell the jury in your own words basically what dressage is?
Dancing with horses.
Have you ever ridden any other equestrian disciplines?
I have.
Can you tell the jury what those are or what those were?
Western and eventing.
And approximately how long have you been training and competing in dressage?
Approximately 22 years.
Now I'd like to draw your attention back to...
All right, Mr. Shalhorn, something has come up I need to address. So I know it's early in the afternoon, but I do have to address it. My staff just informed me. So I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break.
I
Okay?
understand.
All right. I said I was going to be quick.
Counsel, can you step back in?
Mr. Harden, just step outside for one moment, please.
Just walk this way.
Yes. I need to see counsel at sidebar when Mr. Belinkus gets back.
It's not in the hall, Judge.
He's on his way back from the men's room.
Yeah.
please.
Just watch your step.
All right, Mr. Harden, you may have a seat. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize if I already asked you this question, but I think I was halfway through it. But could you tell the jury approximately when you first met the defendant?
In 2002,
Can you tell the jury how you first met him?
I was applying for a job at his farm.
Do you recall which farm that was?
His farm in New Jersey.
What was the job that you were applying for at that time?
A intern, I'd say, working student.
What does that term generally mean to you?
It's it's an opportunity to learn more about the horse business and gain experience.
Did you get that job?
I did.
From approximately the time you got that job in 2002 until 2019, did you continue a professional relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Did your role or job change with respect to the farm or working with him?
Yes.
How did it change?
It evolved over time.
In the summer of 2019, what was your position?
Assistant trainer.
Now, working there from approximately 2002 to 2019, did your business relationship with the defendant at some time become more of a friendship?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether or not he owns any other farms?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury where that other farm or those other farms are?
In Loxahatchee, Florida.
Did you have an opportunity to work at both of those farms during the course of time you were associated with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury the reason why the defendant owned two farms?
The winter season is a important competition time for our sport, as well as the weather.
And would it be fair to say that the winter competition is down south?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions about the nature of Michael Barisone's businesses. For example, was it common for him to board more than one horse at a time?
Yes.
Do you recall, with respect to the New Jersey farm, approximately how many horses there were stalls or living quarters for?
For stalls, there was 33, as well as a area for young horses.
And was it common for those stalls to be more or less filled with horses?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that when you initially came to work for the defendant, you were working as a working student.
Yes.
Was it common for him to have working students associated with the farm during the time you were there?
Yes.
What was the approximate number of working students that may be working at any given time?
It would vary, but I would say between 4 and 8.
Are working students paid?
Generally, no.
What was their, compensation, or what did they receive as a result of working at Michael Barisone's farm?
Living quarters and opportunity to learn about the horses.
Can you tell the jury what a riding clinic is?
A riding clinic is usually a 2 or 3 day period of time where a clinician or teacher will teach basically for the whole day a series of riders and horses. Generally, the clinician would be from out of town traveling.
Have you ever been a clinician at a riding clinic?
I have.
Are you aware of whether Michael Barison has ever been a clinician?
Yes, he was.
Would you say that he did that with any frequency during the time that you worked for him?
Very much so.
You had also indicated that you are a competitor.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what a horse competition entails?
Our sport has a set time for your competition and a predetermined routine that you are judged on.
So you get the routine in advance?
Yes.
And then do you practice that specific routine with your horse?
Yes.
Are those events held at the farm or barn where you're training, or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
How do the horses and the riders get to the location where the event is?
Owners either have own their own transportation, or they will have them shipped there commercially.
Did the defendant, or was the defendant ever involved with transporting horses, for horses that were training at his farm to various events?
Yes.
And would that be something that the owner would pay extra for, or would it be included in the price of boarding and training?
In general, trailering was extra.
Now, with respect to the New Jersey farm, at any times when you were working there, where did you live?
On the farm.
And I'm going to show you, Judge, if I could pull up S-391, which is already in evidence.
Sure.
And Mr. Harden, that's what's been marked in evidence as S-391. What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the New Jersey farm.
And can you indicate for the jury on this map the approximate area where the farmhouse is located that you indicated you lived in?
Do I point?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. They won't be able to see where you're pointing. There should be a pointer next to you, and we can try that. We'll see if it works. It might not work with this.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, can you describe the area? The jury has already seen this, so I think they'll know what you're talking about.
Okay, near the top left of the picture, there is visible the roof of a farmhouse.
And can you describe that farmhouse? How many levels is it?
2 levels and a basement.
Did you live on various locations or on various levels of that farmhouse over time?
Yes.
Where did you live when you began living there?
In the basement?
Did anyone else live in the basement?
Yes.
Who else lived in the basement?
Other assistants working there at the time.
And what was the general layout of the basement at that time?
Several bedrooms and a common living area.
Over time, as your role and responsibilities at the farm changed, did you move to another location in the farmhouse?
I did.
Where was that?
On the top floor of the farmhouse.
And what was the general layout or setup there?
It was a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room and a kitchen.
Do you recall approximately for how long you lived in that apartment?
Until the spring of 2019.
Do you recall when you may have moved up there initially?
Approximately 2004.
So you had lived there for a number of years?
Yes.
Now, with respect to S-391, is it fair to say that that's the driveway going down the middle of the diagram next to the farmhouse?
Yes.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, can you describe, and if it's easier for you, I'm sure the judge would allow you to come down and point it out for the jury, if you could just describe what some of those facilities are in that bottom right-hand corner.
It's the main stables where the horses were kept, and the indoor and outdoor riding arena. Also on the very bottom right are the paddocks and the round pen.
And what's the significance of the paddocks and the round pen?
It's where the horses would spend their time outside. There's others, but when they would spend their time outside. And the round pen was used for training young horses.
Are the various fields, and maybe I'll just start with, it looks like there are 2 green fields that are on both sides of the driveway, and then there's a 3rd green field sort of on the right-hand side of the diagram there. Were those part of the property?
Yes.
And was there anything done with those fields?
They were used for farming hay for the horses.
Is the driveway that goes down the center of S-391 flat?
No.
And can you describe that for the jury?
From the street, the first part of the driveway is a pretty consistent incline, and then flattens out about a third of the way.
So based on your familiarity with living there for 15 years or so, if you were at the stable facility in the bottom right corner, are you able to see the farmhouse from there?
No.
Are you able to see any part of the farmhouse to know from an orientation standpoint where it is?
The very top of the roof.
And then I guess at the other side, if you were at the farmhouse, are you able to see from the farmhouse to where the stables and barn are?
No.
Now, you indicated that there's a stable and there's also an indoor arena as part of that big building there.
Yes.
What else was part of that big building? Or what else was in there?
There was a clubhouse with a kitchen and common area, and also a workshop.
What was the general decor in the clubhouse there?
Farm country.
Were there anything, or was there anything hanging on the walls or displayed with respect to some of the accomplishments of either Michael Barisone or people that he had trained?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to show the witness a number of pictures at this point.
Are these new or are these in evidence?
These are new photos, Your Honor.
All right.
S318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, 330.
All right, Mr. Belenkus, you've seen those photos?
Yes, Judge, no objection
All right.
to them coming into evidence.
All right, those photographs, I think it's 318 through 330 will be admitted into evidence. May be displayed to the witness and the jury.
Mr. Harden, the first photo that we pulled up here is S318. What is that a photo of?
That would be the center of the main stables.
Now, I think you indicated one end of the stable when we were just looking at the aerial shot was connected to the end with the club room and the indoor arena.
Yes.
What was at the other far end of the stable? Were there doors or anything else?
There were doors on all ends of the stable.
So there was doors on all ends, and this door that we're looking at a picture of in S318, where is this door?
Would have been a side door approximately halfway down the structure.
And if you were to go out that side door in S318, where would that bring you onto the property?
Onto the outdoor arena.
I'm going to go to S319. What is S319 a picture of?
This would be the far end of the stables, farthest away from the indoor riding arena.
And from the location where this picture is taken, what would be on the stables to the outside to the left?
The parking lot.
And what would be on the outside of the stables to the right?
The outdoor arena.
And is this the area where you indicated that you thought there were stalls for approximately 33 horses?
25.
25. Thank you. S320. Is what's S320 a picture of?
This would be the other side of the first picture that we saw. So this would be a hallway looking out into the driveway.
Now that entryway just after the hallway out to the outside, what's inside there?
A wash stall for washing the horses.
And is this the opposite side?
Yes.
That's S321, just for the record. We'll move on to S322. Is it fair to say that generally these photos are coming down the aisle of stalls closer to the clubroom?
Yes.
And is the doorway that you see on the left there the wash stall you just mentioned?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention now to S323. Is this also a picture in that same hallway with all the stalls?
Yes.
And is this a picture of?
That would be a picture of the doors of the 2 tack rooms.
Those are the 2 white doors on the left?
Yes.
And where does that hallway go to?
Into the clubroom.
Straight ahead, it looks like the aisle sort of turns off to the left there.
Yes.
Where does that go?
Into the indoor riding arena.
On basically the center of this photo, what are those wooden objects in the center?
This would be cubbies.
And what are those used for?
Clients could store their personal items in there.
What are the big black metal objects in the middle of the picture?
Window grates for the stalls of the horses.
Now I'm showing you S324. It looks like we can see those stalls, the stall doors that you just talked about in the bottom right. And you just have to answer yes or no
sorry.
for the record. Thank you. On the left, are those more of those lockers or cubbies that you discussed?
Yes.
And those would be used by
Clients.
What is that white door straight ahead? Where does that go?
That would be the door leading to the clubroom.
How about the stairs on the right-hand side there?
That's leading to the upstairs above the clubroom.
What was on the upstairs part of the clubroom?
Storage, mostly.
Okay. Go ahead, Alex. All right, this is S325. This is a closer-up picture of the door into the clubroom. And I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
That's all right. What are those pictures of on the right hanging there?
Horses in competition.
And are you familiar with who the riders are in those 3 photos?
Yes.
Who are they?
Michael, Mary Haskins, and myself.
And are you the person that got cut off on the top?
I am.
Nice horse.
Right, then we're looking at S326. I believe this door was closed in a prior picture.
Yes.
That, what is inside of that room?
It's the saddles and bridles for the horses.
And what's that room called?
A tack room.
And is S327 a photo inside of a tack room?
Yes.
That's S328. Is that just the other side of the same tack room?
Yes.
What is S329 a picture of?
It's the outside of the tack room.
And what are all of these objects that are hanging on the wall here next to the tack room?
They signify participation in international horse competitions.
And do you know who had earned every single one of those? I won't put you on the spot to ask you.
I don't think I could say for certain every single one.
Did you have any of those up there?
Yes.
And did the defendant, Michael Barison?
Yes.
Did Mary Haskins?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there were others for people who had trained at the farm or been coached by Michael?
Yes.
And this, just for the sake of completeness, is S330 a picture of that other door on the other side of those awards?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harden. Now, with respect to the club room, was there an office on the opposite side of the club room?
Yes.
Whose office was that?
Michael's.
Is it fair to say that after being at the property for the amount of time that you were, you had been in that office before?
I had.
And were you aware that there was a safe in that office?
Yes.
Who had primary access or control of that safe?
Michael.
Were you aware of the combination to the safe?
Certain times I was.
And then directing your attention specifically to August of 2019, do you recall being in the safe at all during that time period?
I do not.
Are you aware of whether or not Michael Barisone had any firearms on the property?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what your understanding or knowledge of that was?
There was a firearm in the safe.
Do you recall what type of a firearm?
It was a somewhat long, small gun.
Fair to say
Was
you're
it,
not a...
was it a handgun? When you say
It
a
was-
long, small gun, was it a handgun or a
No,
rifle or shotgun?
two-hand shotgun, I suppose.
Okay, so like a longer gun.
Yeah.
A shorter version of a longer gun. Got it. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Judge, this is actually, I'm going to move into another topic here.
All
I
right.
can keep going, or if you want to take the afternoon break.
Well, why don't you go for another 7 minutes?
Very,
Give or take.
very precise.
Give or take a couple seconds, 7 minutes.
Mr. Harden, during the course of time that you were living and working at that farm in particular in New Jersey, are you aware of whether or not the defendant was ever married?
Yes.
And did his wife at the time live at the property?
Yes.
Are you aware, when that relationship was over, whether he had another relationship?
Yes.
And are you familiar with an individual named Mary Haskins Gray?
Yes.
Were Mary Haskins Gray and the defendant involved in a romantic relationship?
Yes.
And do you know if they were also involved in a business relationship?
Yes.
Did you know Mary Haskins Gray before she and the defendant started seeing each other romantically?
I did.
What was the nature of your relationship with her around the time when she and the defendant started seeing each other?
We were friends, but she lived far away, so we weren't close friends.
And during the course of time that Ms. Gray and the defendant started seeing each other, did she spend more and more time at the defendant's properties?
Yes.
Did that have any impact on your relationship with her?
We became closer.
Are you familiar with her having children?
Yes.
And at times, would her children come to visit or stay at the farm for periods of time?
Yes.
Did any, so besides yourself, the defendant, either his ex-wife or wife at the time, or Mary Haskins Gray, and the working students, did anyone ever live at that property with any regularity?
Sometimes students would come and stay overnight.
Did, and I think we already heard some of this testimony, so hopefully the jury will forgive me, but with respect to running a farm, a horse farm, are there a number of vendors that come to the farm with regularity?
Yes.
Who might some of those vendors be?
Veterinarians for the horses, dentists for the horses, farriers or blacksmiths for the horses, as well as delivery of horse feed and supplies.
And it sounds like from the testimony you've already given that most of the clients or people who boarded horses there did not live at the property.
Yes, correct.
Were there any sort of gates or other obstacles to someone driving onto the property to get back to the barn?
No.
Now, when you and Michael Barisone were at the farm together at the same time, how frequently would you communicate?
Frequently.
And would that typically be face-to-face if you were both there?
Yes.
At times, did you discuss aspects of running the farm or business-related topics?
Yes.
Did you also discuss things that were going on in the equestrian world with each other?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about how involved you were with running the day-to-day operations at the farm? And I'm specifically talking about that summer of 2019.
I was very involved. I would take over almost everything on occasions when Michael would be away, but very involved in the day-to-day.
Are you familiar with the defendant having a website to advertise the business?
Yes.
And what was the name of the business?
Barison Dressage.
Judge, I'd like permission to show the witness S-74, which I believe has already been admitted into evidence.
Sure.
Mr. Harden, I'm showing you what's been marked as S-74 in evidence. Does this look like generally the logo you were familiar with from the website?
Yes.
And do you see a date in the top left corner of this of August 8th, 2019?
Yes.
And moving down the page, who's that a picture of?
Me?
And is that your name underneath the picture?
Yes.
And was there then, as we move a little bit further down the page, some information about your riding experience as well as some of the things that you have to offer as part of the business?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more. And this is S-71, which has already been admitted into evidence. Is S-71 also appear to be a screenshot or the website with the date of August 8th, 2019 in the top left corner?
Yes.
And scrolling down, did this website or this page on the website indicate that to inquire about lessons or training, an individual could contact Mr. Barisone, Ms. Gray, or yourself?
Yes.
Now, during the times that you worked with Michael Barisone, were you ever able to observe anything about his demeanor related to running the business?
Yes.
What would that be?
Certain moments of happiness or stress during different times of running the business.
And when you say that, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? Moments of stress versus moments of happiness.
Happiness would be himself or a student having probably a particular success in a competition or improvements on the stables, and stress would be students not doing as well as they would like to, or horses being sick or injured.
Did he ever have any stresses related to the finances of running the business?
I'm sure, yes.
Can you tell the jury, in your words, what Safe Sport is?
It's a organization that oversees a lot of sports and sporting activities, mostly for conduct, behavior, both bullying and protecting minors in the sport.
And is that something that existed at the time that you first became involved in equestrian or dressage?
No.
Do you recall approximately, if you recall, when that came to be?
Approximately 2016.
Is that something that you were required to do anything to be licensed or registered as a competitor?
You had to complete yearly online training classes.
Now, are you aware from August 5th, 2019, related to an individual named George Morris and a Safe Sport?
Yes.
Do you know who George Morris is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury who George Morris is?
One of the most famous American show jumping riders and coaches.
And do you know if the defendant, Michael Barisone, knew George Morris?
He did.
When Safe Sport gave that punishment to him on August 5th of 2019,
Objection, Judge.
Your 7 minutes is up. We're gonna break now
I'll
and.
reformulate my question.
No,
at
well,
the
it's,
break.
since there's an objection, rather than keep the jury, I'm gonna dismiss them for their afternoon break, and we can continue. I'll address Mr. Belinkis's objection. All right, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Judge,
All right, be seated.
may I use the restroom?
Yes, go ahead. All right, what's the nature of the objection, Mr. Belinkis?
Judge, he's testifying, he's talking about an event with regards to Mr. Morris. It's clearly hearsay, and I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Yeah, nor am I. Let's see if Mr. Shellhorn can explain it.
Judge, George Morris was given a lifetime ban, that was the nature of the next question, was given a lifetime ban by Safe Sport on August 5th, 2019, which obviously is just 2 short days before the shooting. As
What was the ban for?
I do not intend to elicit that, Judge, for prejudicial reasons, but it was for sexual misconduct. I think it certainly is relevant, but I was not intending to elicit that, again, because on balance, I recognize that that could be prejudicial.
I don't see the relevance of someone else being bored.
Well, if it's Mr. Barisone's, what's the relationship between Mr. Barisone and this individual, Mr. Morris?
Mr. Morris is essentially one of his mentors and someone that he looked up to as a leader and a paradigm of horsemanship in the community his entire career, to the point where he would go and watch Mr. Morris coaching and training, even though they were in different disciplines, so that he could learn how to be a better coach and trainer. Obviously, the fact that that person who he looked up to so closely was given a lifetime ban from the sport 2 days before, with all the other testimony that we've heard.
Well, is there information that Mr. Barisone knew about that lifetime ban prior to August 7th, at the time it was handed down on the 5th or 6th?
He did, he spoke to him, Judge. He spoke to him on August 5th, 2019, so he spoke to him the same
And
day.
how do you know that?
Ms. Gray talked to him about that, and the defendant told that to her, as well as having, I believe, those conversations with Mr. Harden.
Judge, if I may, what the prosecutor is going to try to do, and I have a transcript of an interview with Mr. Morris, is that my client called him, I believe, on the 5th, and basically, after hearing about the ban, according to Mr. Morris, said that Michael expressed his condolences, said he was sorry. The investigator for the prosecutor's office then starts questioning Mr. Morris with regards to his ban. Mr. Morris is telling the investigator, not Michael Barison, that Safe Sport is being used as a weapon, people have killed themselves over it, it's a horrible, body, and basically, he says to the investigator, it ruined my life. And then the investigator interjects to Mr. Morris, not Mr. Barisone, well, do you know that Lauren Kanarek was going to turn Michael Barisone into Safe Sport? And Mr. Morris says, and I quote, words to the effect, that would have destroyed his life. There is nothing to indicate that that statement was ever made to Michael Barison. There's nothing to indicate that they talked about that. All the prosecutor has is a transcript of their conversation with Mr. Morris, where he renders an opinion in his mind after going through what he did, which, again, was a horrific story, as to what effect that would have on Michael Barison. And I don't see how they get that in, to be honest with you.
I'm not going there, Judge.
No, I don't think he's going there. He's going in, I suppose he's going in, you want to get in the fact that a mentor of Mr. Barison's was banned for life from the sport he loved,
2 days before the shooting.
2 days before the shooting.
And what
Isn't that
relevance-
relevant to Mr. Barison's state of mind?
No. What relevance is that? Someone else being banned?
And then DCP&P shows up at his house? You don't think that's relevant? That his mentor 2 days before got a lifetime ban for sexual misconduct, and then DCP&P shows up?
No, Judge.
Well, everything else you say goes to his state of mind. Why shouldn't
And
this, if
everything
it's a
else is-
stressor?
Everything else has been rejected, basically.
No, it's not. Just your manner of trying to get it in has been rejected.
And it's hearsay, Judge. How's he gonna get any of this in? Which witness has the personal firsthand knowledge of this ban?
Well, the defendant, I suppose. Do you have information that the defendant had conversations with this witness? He can elicit it from, as a defendant's statement, if he knew about the ban.
He has a phone record that he called them, that's it. No taped conversation, no email, no text message.
Well, you just said that there was an expression of condolence on the part of Mr. Barison.
Basically, that's what Mr. Morris said, Judge. Not Mr. Barison.
How do you get this in that the defendant
Judge, I believe
knew
the testimony-
about the lifetime ban?
I believe the testimony from Ms. Gray, which wasn't objected to when she testified, was that this was explosive news in the equestrian community when it happened. I would have to go back to my notes to look at that, but she said it was something that everyone was talking about. My recollection is that she said that she discussed it with the defendant, and that the defendant knew who Judge Morris was and knew about that. Again, my recollection, or my anticipation rather, is that Mr. Harden will testify to that. I, again, can recall Ms. Gray and show her the text message where she sends the text message that says, to Justin, Mr. Harden, Michael just talked to George on August 5th, 2019. So I don't want to lead the court to believe that I'm speculating about whether they had these conversations.
But that would be hearsay too.
How do we know what was said?
But it's, again, I'm not trying to bring in all of the particulars or the specifics. I have no intent, I think I have a good faith argument to argue. As Your Honor just said, that individual was given a lifetime ban for sexual assault. The defendant jumps to a conclusion when DCP&P shows up there that Lauren Kanarek has called DCP&P on him and reported him for sexual assault, and 5 minutes later or 10 minutes later, he's trying to kill her. That obviously goes to his state of mind, his motivation. So it's not hearsay. It goes to show directly the effect that it had on him. He finds that out, and the moment DCP&P gets on scene, he's going to load a gun, get a gun, and kill somebody.
Your Honor, he objected to the question as to what DCP said.
I know, but,
So-
well, is a DCP&P worker going to testify?
I anticipate she's going to testify, and I anticipate she's
But I don't-
going to testify that she was not there to investigate a report of sexual assault. Again, the defendant jumped to that conclusion because of this report about George Morris. It was all over every equestrian website, newspaper. It was on all kinds of news outlets.
So if his friend killed somebody, Judge, that's...
Mr. Belinkus, you put in the defendant's state of mind.
Correct,
You put that in.
absolutely.
Are you saying that learning that your mentor was banned from the sport of, or the equestrian activities had no effect on Mr. Barison? Or didn't have, not even that, didn't have the potential to affect his fragile state of mind at that time?
No, I don't think so, Judge. There's nothing that, he never indicated that to anyone, to any of the doctors, the state's doctors, the defense doctors. You know, that
Well,
was
that
never.
doesn't mean it's not relevant because he didn't indicate it to a doctor. There may be other things, and doctors can be cross-examined on things. Did he know about this? Did you know about this?
What did he know, Judge? That he
I
was
don't
banned,
know.
that he was banned? What are the circumstances?
Well, it's a lifetime ban 2 days before. I think it arguably goes to his state of mind, his mental state at that time. Now, I'm not sure whether getting into the specifics of it, especially because of all the information so far about Ms. Kanarek notifying Safe Sport, and Ms. Gray and Mr. Barisone contacting Safe Sport, and sending 759 pages in August to Safe Sport. All that's part of the case. And if Mr. Barisone's state of mind is an issue here, whether it affects his state of mind, I don't know. I have no idea. But I think it's an event of some notoriety that your mentor is banned for life from the sport. And here comes DCP&P confronting them. That may certainly impact how Mr. Barisone reacted. Maybe he saw him going the same way the state will argue. Maybe he believed he was going to be banned now because of Safe Sports involved like his mentor and ruin his life.
Judge, these are investigations that literally take years. The allegations with Mr. Morris had to do with an allegation of 50 years prior to that. It's completely different.
It's not, has nothing to do with the
It
investigation.
does if he's aware of it, Judge.
It's this defendant learning about it.
If Mr.
It's this defendant, he learned about it. Ms. Gray said that. This witness is going to say the same thing that he learned about it.
Judge, I'm also conceding that I'm not going to get into the particulars of that, because I think that would require getting into what specifically did the defendant know versus didn't. What I think is indisputable from all of the evidence and from the witnesses is that the defendant knew about the suspension, knew about the lifetime ban. That's the fact that I intend to elicit, not the circumstances underlying.
And again, Judge, you excluded me getting from Mary Haskins Gray the fact that a complaint to Safe Sport was in fact filed against her, and she was exonerated. And again,
And we're not getting into the but this is, but
Exonerated
Mr. Belinkus, the reason why I banned that is because the result as it pertained to Ms. Gray has absolutely zero relevance
how about his state of mind, Judge?
to this defendant's state of mind.
How about when he's told about Mr. Morris getting a lifetime ban, and then he sees Miss Gray, which basically, Judge, were the exact same allegations. He was included in that complaint to Safe Sport. So she's cleared. He should have absolutely no concern about any complaint being filed against Safe Sport.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know
again,
what his
you-
concern was.
Well,
Again,
The
you can,
problem is, Judge, you wouldn't let me get into what the complaint was with Mary Haskins. It
right,
was with Mary
because
Haskins
you asked it about her state of mind, not his.
and Barrison.
No, you didn't.
No.
No, you
Judge,
didn't. You didn't ask that, Mr. Belinkus. You didn't bring that up. You're bringing it up now, but you didn't bring it up then. And the reason why I ruled it out was because it pertained to the ruling against her. That's how the question was asked. And I said it's not relevant. Whatever the ruling was about her is not relevant.
Okay, for
And I
the-
even mentioned the defendant's state of mind is at issue. And you didn't bring up at that time that the complaint was about him as well.
Because I didn't think the court would consider bringing up a lifetime ban of someone else that has nothing to do, I submit, to this case.
I think it does. It's, you are bringing in the fact, the whole issue, and you mentioned before here, is the defendant's state of mind. All right? And the state thinks that this may have impacted his state of mind. And the jury may think the same thing.
And again, I understand the court's ruling.
All right,
but
I understand your position. That's my ruling. It comes in, not the misconduct, not the nature of it, but just the fact that Mr. Barrison learned 2 days before this incident that his mentor received a lifetime ban from Safe Sport.
And again, now that you've ruled this way, I'm asking the court to allow me to ask Ms. Gray what the results were with regards to the complaint against her from Safe Sport. The exact same complaint was made against Michael Barison. And I submit, if one is relevant...
Who made those complaints?
Lauren Kanarek, Judge.
Well,
Against
if you want to
Barison.
call her in your case, you can call her in your
Judge,
case.
that was also after the shooting. This was at some point after the shooting,
What
so it
was?
would not have affected
What was?
the Safe Sport ruling.
Oh,
But
then
the-
it
but
doesn't
the-
have
so it
relevance. It
absolutely
doesn't,
has
then,
no effect
my
on
whole
this
issue
case.
is as it pertains to the defendant's state of mind at the time of the shooting, not what happened after the fact.
Judge, so you know, the complaint was made before the shooting.
The results, but we're talking about the results. What relevance is it if it came in a day after, or a month after, or 2 months after? It couldn't have affected the defendant's state of mind because the incident already happened. I mean, that's abundantly clear. So we'll let it in. Let's bring, all right, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll address that issue that I brought up.
I can send everyone in for minutes.
Yeah, right.
I don't want the ladies sitting on. You okay?
Yeah,
That'd be great. Could, can I do it?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. You know how that works. Are you?
The camera's still on. No, I'm sorry. Tell them that the cameras are still on. Yeah, I was trying to tell you, but I need to talk to the judge.
I didn't know what he was trying to tell you.
Are the cameras still on? Because they're still pointing.
We're good to go.
Okay.
Taking him out?
Yeah, he's gonna run back.
Me too, then.
Just while we do this, stay in the courtroom for a minute.
What?
Can I open the door?
Well, I hook him up.
Okay, yeah.
Just keep that door closed for a minute.
Judge, can I go to the next room?
Yes.
And I think.
You guys just have to be cognizant about when we're unhooking him, that you guys don't open that door. 6:20, you're good.
I guess the thing to do is going to be peek in, kind of, because we wouldn't.
No, just stand out in the hallway, it's really not.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Just a friendly reminder that we're still being live streamed, so just be careful of what you say, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So used to following that, the blinking blue
I
man.
know, I know,
So thank you for
it's
the.
really an adjustment, no problem.
6:20.
Yeah, what the heck, I'll find that, it says not safe to use for some reason. And I left it,
Hey, Chris, did you have Harden wear those shoes there on purpose? Did you have Harden wear those shoes on purpose?
Is the witness available? Yes. You may have a seat, sir. Mr. Shellhorn, are we ready?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Just getting some evidence around.
Yeah, we're gonna address that now.
Before the jury comes in.
Yeah, before the jury comes in. Mr. Horn, before we bring the jury in, it did come to my attention that when the last witness was testifying,
Judge, do you want this on the record?
yes.
On the record.
Fine. Mr. Harden, before we proceed with the jury, it's come to my attention that before you testified, when the last witness, Ms. Gray, was testifying, you may have overheard some of that testimony from the people filming the proceedings. Is that accurate?
I could overhear some of it coming from outside the doors when I was sitting outside.
Outside these doors or
Yes.
where it was being recorded?
Both, but sitting right there, I could overhear some of what was, not muffled, but some of what was coming out.
Okay. All right. Were you able to make out any of the specifics of the?
No, because I could only hear bits and pieces.
Fine. And you were seated at the, there were tables outside in the
Yes.
hallway? Okay. That's where you were seated?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Any follow-up
No, thank you, Judge.
All right,
I see no problem, Judge.
all right. Maybe we'll have to keep our voices down then. Or have the witnesses, have your
Somebody
detective.
referring to me, Judge.
I was just.
I was not, I was looking at Mr. Shellhorn when I
know,
said
but
that.
I saw like you're.
I was looking at Mr. Shellhorn and I said a collective we. Is there any other, I know this room where we normally put witnesses is being used by the news crew. There is a bench at this end. I think in the future, any state's witnesses should be seated down there and not right outside the courtroom.
Judge, the detective indicated to me he understands that.
All right, thank you, Detective. Thank you, Mr. Harden. All right, we'll bring the jurors in. Mr. Harden, traditionally, you just stay with the absent. Normally, a witness is called in after, but since we're continuing, thank you. All right, be seated, everyone. We'll continue with Mr. Harden's testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that last objection was addressed by the court at the break, and the objection was overruled. So, go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Mr. Harden, I apologize if I already asked you these questions before the break, so I'll ask it again. Do you know who George Morris is?
I do.
Who is George Morris?
He is a very famous American show jumper and coach of the American team.
And approximately, well, have you ever met him?
Yes.
Do you know if Michael Barison knows him?
Yes.
Had you ever had any discussions with the defendant, Michael Barisone, about George Morris and his teaching philosophies and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Are you aware whether the defendant and Mr. Morris were friendly with one another?
They were.
Now, I think I had asked you a question about whether you were familiar with the August 5th, 2019 punishment that Safe Sport handed down to Mr. Morris. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you any specifics about the allegations or findings or anything, but are you aware of what the punishment that he received was?
Yes.
What was that?
Lifetime ban.
And is that information something that was very well known or not very well known in the equestrian community?
Very well known.
Do you recall if you and the defendant, Mr. Barisone, ever discussed that when it happened on August 5th or in the days leading after?
We did.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the summer of 2019. You were living and working here at the New Jersey farm during that summer?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had lived on the second floor apartment of the farmhouse for a number of years before that summer, correct?
Yes.
Was there some different living situation in the summer of 2019?
Yes.
Where were you living in the summer of 2019?
I was staying in a temporary situation at the stables.
Now, are you personally aware of anything that had happened at the farmhouse that affected parts of the farmhouse?
Yes.
What are you aware of?
There was a flooding at the house the winter prior.
And did you have a chance to, at some point when you came back to New Jersey, go into the farmhouse or see what some of the damages were?
Yes.
What parts of the farmhouse were damaged to your memory?
The ceiling on the first floor and most of the first floor was damaged.
How was the state of the basement?
Fairly damaged.
Was it damaged to the extent where the working students couldn't live there that summer?
Yes.
Now, was that part of the reason why you weren't living in the second floor apartment that summer?
Yes.
And who was living in that apartment that summer?
Pardon me, which apartment?
Who was living in the second floor apartment during the summer of 2019?
Lauren and her boyfriend, Rob.
And in case I didn't ask you at the beginning of the direct examination, who is Lauren?
Lauren Kanarek.
And who's Rob?
Robert Goodwin.
Now, was it your decision to move out of that apartment?
No.
How did you feel about moving out of that apartment?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance of it?
Judge, I think as we've talked about, it goes to the state of mind of individuals at the barn and whether or not that had any impact on the defendant.
I don't think Mr. Harden's state of mind is an issue in this case, so I'll sustain the objection.
With respect to Lauren Kanarek, what was your knowledge of her involvement and presence at the farm?
She was there to train.
Are you aware if she owned any horses?
Yes.
And do you recall how many horses she had?
To my recollection, she started with 3.
Were those horses, and when you reference 3, would that be, to the best of your recollection, horses that were boarded at the farm?
When she started, and then that number increased over her time there.
Did you have any professional or working relationship with her?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were certain times during her time there that I would help her with her horses.
And you indicated earlier an individual named Rob Goodwin?
Yes.
Who was Rob Goodwin with respect to Lauren Kanarek?
Her boyfriend, fiance.
Did you have any sort of a professional relationship with Rob?
Only to the extent that he would assist her with the horses.
Do you remember approximately when they first started working with Michael Barison, or when they first came to one of his farms?
To the best of my memory, it was the spring of 2018.
And during the course of time that they were boarding horses and training with Michael Barison, what was the nature of your personal or social relationship with either of them?
It varied over time.
Meaning what? Just in general?
Meaning there were times where we were quite social, and times where we had no social interaction.
Did you have any direct or specific knowledge of the agreement that Ms. Kanarek or Mr. Goodwin had with the defendant?
I had a general.
And what was your general?
Objection, hearsay.
I think he can testify based on his observations, Judge.
Well, if it's his personal observations,
Yes.
not what he heard from someone else.
No, I'm trying to elicit that he didn't, I think he said he didn't have direct or specific knowledge,
Right.
so I'm gonna ask him his observations.
Right. As long as it's crouched in those terms.
So you indicated that you knew that Ms. Kanarek had a number of horses boarded at the farm?
Yes.
And also, I think you indicated that she was there to train?
Yes.
Would that have been for herself as a rider, for her horses, or a combination of the two?
A combination.
Are you aware of whether or not Ms. Kanarek was paying any money to the defendant with respect to those services?
That question goes to your own personal knowledge, not what you may have heard from someone else. Did you have any personal knowledge of that fact?
It is my understanding that she was.
And you indicated that Ms. Kanarek and Mr. Goodwin were living in the farmhouse that summer of 2019?
Yes.
Do you have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of them coming to live there?
Coming to live at the apartment or at the farm?
Were you a party, or were you part of any conversations about what led to them living at the farm?
Well, hold on. Were you part of any negotiations yourself with regard to Ms. Kanarek and Mr. Goodwin staying at the farm?
No.
That's the answer I
So,
expected.
so any information you have about it came from other sources other than your personal knowledge and
Yes.
interactions?
Yes.
All right. All right, move on, Mr. Shellhorn.
You indicated that your relationship with them fluctuated.
Yes.
What was the state of your working or professional relationship with Lauren Kanarek in August of 2019?
Could you repeat the question?
What was the state of your working or professional relationship with Lauren Kanarek in this August of 2019?
At that time, I was not helping her with her horses or her riding.
And are you aware from living at the property, how would you describe the state of things at the property in August of 2019?
Extremely tense.
Now, I think you indicated that the working students were not living at the farmhouse that summer,
Correct.
and you may have already answered this, I apologize. Where were they living?
They were living in various locations around the stables or the club room of the farm.
Do you know whether Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins Gray were living together during that summer?
They were.
Do you know where they were living, at least at the beginning of that summer season?
Also in the farmhouse on the farm.
Do you know what living area they were living in?
To the best of my recollection, the main floor.
Are you aware whether at some point they moved out of that house?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
They went also to the stables, the barn.
Now, do you recall if anyone else was staying at the barn who didn't live there on a more regular basis at the beginning of August 2019?
Richard Gray,
Who did you know that to be?
the father of Mary Haskins Gray.
Had Ruth Cox ever come back to the farm?
Yes.
And are you aware whether she was there on an overnight basis at some point during August 2019?
She was.
Are you aware whether Michael Barisone ever met with a lawyer during August of 2019?
Yes.
Were you present for any of those meetings?
No.
During the course of time that Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin were at the farm, meaning either New Jersey or Florida, did you ever hear Lauren Kanarek make any direct threats of violence to Michael Barison?
No.
Did you ever hear Robert Goodwin make any direct threats of violence to Michael Barison?
No.
Working with the defendant Michael Barisone for the number of years that you did you ever see or hear him lose his temper?
Yes.
And what would a typical reaction be if he lost his temper?
Be very vocal.
I want to draw your attention to Wednesday of August 7th. Do you recall what you were doing that day? Specifically in the early afternoon.
I was working horses, riding.
Do you recall where you were doing that?
In the covered arena on the farm.
Do you recall if you spoke or interacted with Michael Barisone at all that day?
Earlier in the day.
Do you recall generally what his demeanor was?
Out of his mind.
Do you recall speaking to him at all or interacting with him that afternoon?
No.
Did you see him yelling or otherwise carrying on that day?
I did not.
Did you hear or see him running around the farm or the clubhouse or the barn?
I did not.
Up until the events of the middle of the afternoon on August 7th, would you say that that was more or less an ordinary day at the farm in terms of your day-to-day work?
For me, yes.
Now, at some point on August 7th, did you become aware that police were at the property?
I did.
Do you recall, in general, how you became aware of that?
I believe I saw lights first over the hill.
Now, do you have any personal knowledge of what occurred at the farmhouse that afternoon?
I do not.
And do you still have any ongoing business with Michael Barison?
I still operate a portion of my business from his farm in Florida.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Harden. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Harden, when Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend, Robert Goodwin, first came to the property, you were very friendly with them, correct?
Correct.
You even socialized with them, correct?
Correct.
And can I assume that that relationship changed at some point?
Yes.
Was Lauren Kanarek causing problems at Barison Dressage?
Yes.
Was she creating a toxic environment based on your personal observations?
Yes.
You indicated that you were training her when she first joined.
I believe it wasn't when she first joined.
Okay, where at some
But
point.
some point, yes.
You started training her. And did she always show up to her lessons?
No.
Did she come at late hours to the barn or stable area after hours?
She had.
And did that create a problem to all the people that were living in that area?
It did. It did.
And were you aware of the social media posts being posted by Lauren Kanarek?
I was.
And how did those social media posts affect Michael Barison?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Judge, I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, why don't you rephrase it?
You were aware that Lauren Kanarek was posting things on social media, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever talk to Michael Barison about those? Not specifically, did you have a discussion regarding them?
Just answer yes or no.
Yes.
And what effect did you observe with respect to Michael Barison with respect to those?
They made him extremely paranoid and fearful for the farm and everything on it.
Now, you indicated on direct that he was living in the farmhouse underneath Kanarek and Goodwin.
Yes.
At some point of time, he moved out of there and started living, not in his house, but in the club area, in the stables, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with him regarding that move?
Yes.
And can you tell me what effect you observed with respect to Michael Barison after that incident?
He was too fearful to be in his own home.
That's based on your observations?
Yes.
He physically showed what you recognized as fear, correct?
Yes.
Now, this woman Cox that the prosecutor referred to, did you have discussions with her with regards to what was going on?
Yes.
Did you observe fear in
Objection.
her?
What's the basis for the objection?
The ongoing objection, Judge, the state of mind of other individuals is not relevant. I think you've made that ruling a number of times.
What's the relevance of Cox's state of mind? Isn't the issue Mr. Barisone?
The judge shows the overall toxic environment that affected everyone. And if it affects Cox, obviously it would affect Mr. Barison more because he's the owner.
Let's not get into that, Mr. Belinkis. That's not a proper comment. I'll allow the question and answer.
Did you observe fear in Mrs. Cox?
Yes.
Was she sleeping in the stables in front of her horse because of that fear?
Well, hold on a second. Now that's going a little too far, Mr. Belinkis. You're asking him to opine on why she was doing something. That's not within his province. If he saw her sleeping there, he can say, I saw her sleeping there and when that happened, but not the reasons. That's something internal to her.
Did you see Miss Cox sleeping in her stalls in front of her horse?
Yes.
Now,
I
I'm
did.
not going to ask you what the content was, but did you have a discussion with her with regards to that?
Just answer yes or no. Did you have a discussion with
Yes.
Ms. Cox? All right, he did. Next question.
Now, that safe in the office, you indicated that you occasionally had access to it.
Yes.
Was the safe ever left open,
No.
to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever see Mary Haskins go into that safe?
Yes.
Do you know how she got the combination to that safe?
No.
Now, the prosecutor showed you pictures of the stable area where the horses are housed. Is there a rubber floor in that area?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
So the horses don't slip on the concrete.
Now, you indicated that it was your understanding that, strike that. To your knowledge, was Lauren Kanarek paying for her living accommodations?
Hold on. Wasn't that objected to when,
I asked that question and it was objected to.
And you allowed him to answer it, I believe, Judge.
generally speaking, yes? Not details.
I'll move on. Was Lauren Kanarek the only client on the property that was living there full-time?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
It was not normal.
Now, you indicated that in August of 2019, that it was extremely tense at Barison Dressage, correct?
Yes.
And was it tense because of Kanarek and Goodwin?
Yes.
You indicated that Mary Gray's father came up. Do you know why he came up?
From personal knowledge, not from what other people told you?
She wanted him there to feel, so she felt safer.
You were at the stables the morning of the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Was there a incident between Robert Goodwin and the blacksmith or furrier on that morning?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you what, were any statements made that you're aware of by Robert Goodwin?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that when Michael Barison loses his temper, he becomes vocal.
Yes.
Raises his voice, correct?
Yes.
Maybe yells a little bit, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him get physical?
Absolutely not.
Now, leading up to the days of the shooting, did you see a significant mental decline in Michael Barison?
Objection.
He can't testify about that, Mr. Belenkus. He's not an expert witness.
Can you describe your observations of Michael Barison say, for the last 2 or 3 days prior to the shooting?
I would say he was in an almost catatonic state. Hadn't been sleeping, eating, glazed over look in his eyes, just a zombie.
Bathing?
No,
Shaving?
no,
Was he walking the property at night, to your knowledge?
yes.
Did you see that yourself, in other words? Not
Yes.
what you heard, you saw it yourself?
Yes.
All right, very good.
Was he despondent?
Explain, sorry.
Despondent?
Uh,
Depressed?
Extremely.
Was he able to perform the everyday functions normally associated with running his business?
No, the first time in 18 years I had seen him that way.
Did he cancel clinics?
Yes,
Did he show up to ride when he normally did?
no,
Did he withdraw?
absolutely.
Were you concerned about him based on your observations?
100%.
I have nothing further.
All right, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Harden, from having known Mr. Barrisone for the length of time that you did, would it be fair to say that he did have other emotional or mental struggles during the time you knew him with, for example, anxiety?
Yes,
And that existed before he met Ms. Kanarek?
yes,
He also had issues with depression,
yes,
and that existed before he met her?
yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may,
Just one more question?
based on that?
Yes, absolutely. The observations of depression and anxiety that you observed on prior occasions, were these observations leading up to the day of the shooting much, much worse?
Extremely worse.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Judge, may I look out in the hall and just make sure the next witness is here?
Sure.
Your Honor, the state will next call Ruth Cox.
Ruth Cox, watch your step, please. Step up to the table, be sworn in. Okay?
Good afternoon, Ms. Cox, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Please remain standing for a moment. If you could place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer an oath to you.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Ruth Penix Cox, my last name is C-O-X.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Cox, you may have a seat.
Thank you.
All right. Please keep your voice up nice and loud so we have jurors in the jury box and also in the first 2 rows in the gallery.
Okay.
That microphone just records, doesn't amplify your voice.
Okay.
So keep your voice up.
But if I'm not speaking loud enough, please let me know.
All right, and jurors, if you don't hear anything, please just raise your hand and we'll have the witness raise her voice a little bit. And if you don't understand a question, Ms. Cox, posed by one of the attorneys or the court, if I happen to ask a question,
sir.
just indicate you don't understand, that's fine. I don't want you answering a question if you don't understand it.
Thank you
Okay?
very
All right,
much.
very good. Go ahead,
Thank
Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you live?
Yes, you want me to give my name again?
If you would.
Okay, Dr. Ruth Cox, and I live in New Bern, North Carolina.
And Dr. Cox, do you know Michael Barrison?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes, sir.
Would you identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
A dark colored tie.
She's identified by crime.
All right, for the record, Ms. Cox has identified the defendant, Mr. Barison.
Dr. Cox, do you also know an individual or know of an individual named Lauren Kanarek?
I do.
And do you know her through your association with Michael Barison?
I do.
Approximately how many times would you say that you've ever interacted with her?
Maybe 3 times.
Do you know an individual named Robert Goodwin?
Yes.
And do you know of him through your association with Michael Barison?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention back to August of 2019. Were you in New Jersey at the beginning of the month of August 2019?
I was.
Specifically, do you recall where you were?
You mean at his stables? Is that the question you're asking me?
Where were you staying?
I was staying at his stables, yes, sir.
Meaning the defendant, Michael Barison?
Yes, Michael Barison's stables, yes, sir.
Do you recall where that stable is located?
In Long Valley?
And on August 4th or August 5th, were you having a conversation with the defendant in the stables on that property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did he ask you for something?
Yes, sir.
What did he ask you for?
He wanted to see a gun that I had in my car.
Do you recall what kind of gun that was?
It is a 9mm Ruger. It's a small pistol.
And do you recall what color or coloring it was?
Yes, sir. The bottom part of it is pinkish in color, like pink camo. If camo, do you know what I mean? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Short for camouflage? Camo?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Camouflage. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Shelmore.
Thank you, Doctor. Did he take that handgun from you during the course of that conversation?
Yes, sir. He did.
And on August 7th of 2019, are you aware that an incident occurred at the farmhouse on that property?
Yes, sir. I am.
Do you have any personal knowledge of that? Of what happened outside the farmhouse?
I was not present to it. I know that there was a shooting.
Did you come to find that out after the fact?
Yes, after the fact. Yes, sir.
Meaning you didn't witness what actually happened?
Absolutely not.
Now, at some point on August 7th, were you still at the stable and the clubhouse when the police came?
Yes, sir. I was.
And did you have a conversation with them, or were you interviewed by the police on that day?
Yes, sir. I was. That afternoon and that evening.
And did you come to find out at some point after the shooting that that handgun that you gave to the defendant had been recovered by the police on the property?
Unfortunately, sir, I did.
Dr. Cox, I want to ask you some questions about that weapon. Were you charged with a crime related to that firearm?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall what the specific charge was that you were charged with?
I don't know the legal terms that you would use, but I'm sure that you could tell me, but it had to do with bringing a weapon into your state.
And did it also have to do with unlawfully transferring it to another person?
Yes, sir, it did.
Now, do you recall appearing before Judge Taylor on December 13th, 2021 on a Zoom or a virtual hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you recall, let me rephrase that question. Were you represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall what the purpose of that hearing on December 13th was?
Yes, the purpose was to be put on a program, a pretrial intervention program.
And what is your understanding of what pretrial intervention is?
It's I'm not going to use legal terms because I don't know all the legal terms. But it is a type of probation in which I will respond to a probation officer, which I have come to make contact with, and I will follow all the rules and regulations that I'm asked to do according to all the documents that I signed related to that.
Now, do you recall what the maximum punishment you could have gotten if you didn't enter into PTI was for that crime?
I think according to your laws, I could have gotten 18 months in jail.
And what was the period of supervision or probationary supervision that you were given as part of the PTI?
36 months.
Have you been compliant with the supervision at this point?
Absolutely, sir, I have.
Did you go over the PTI order that was signed by you and me and Judge Taylor?
Yes, sir.
And that was also signed by your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
And did that also require you to forfeit or surrender the firearm that we were just discussing?
Yes, sir.
Have you met with me and other members of my office at times over Zoom or Teams or something like that?
Yes, sir.
And at times, was your attorney present for some of those meetings?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to Michael Barison. Can you tell the jury approximately when it is that you first met him?
I met him about 5 years before the incident happened down in New Bern, North Carolina.
And do you recall what the circumstances of that meeting were in New Bern?
Yes, sir. I owned a horse with Mary Haskins Gray, and we were looking for someone to help us with this horse because we thought he had great potential. Mary Haskins had known Michael and thought that he would be helpful to us, and she had asked him to come down there to a horse clinic where there would be multiple lessons that he would give. And as you know, he's an Olympian and a very good horseman, and people would be interested to come and take lessons from him, and that's how I first met him.
Over time, did you get to know him better?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you also enter into a co-ownership agreement of a horse with him?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was the horse that you owned together with the defendant?
It was a foal named Lady Guardian.
And I'm sure everybody buys horses for different reasons. What's the reason that you would buy a horse or invest in a horse?
We thought this horse would have a potential for dressage, and Mary Haskins would be the person who would be his rider.
And did you have any feelings about Michael Barisone being the trainer of that horse?
I had positive feelings about that, yes, sir.
Over the course of time that you knew the defendant and you entered into some of these business arrangements with him, did your relationship with him move beyond just business and become more of a friendship?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you indicated that you owned a horse or horses with Mary Haskins Gray.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how many horses you owned with her?
2.
What were the names of those horses?
Don Devone was one horse, and Jolena was the second horse.
Did you own any other horses besides Don Devone, Jolena, or Lady Guardian?
No, sir.
Where were those horses boarded?
They were boarded at Michael Barisone's stables.
Did you pay Mr. Barison with respect to the boarding?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you pay him as well for training the horses?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you indicated already that you are familiar with the Long Valley Farm.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with whether or not Michael Barison owns another stable or farm elsewhere?
Yes, sir.
Where is that?
Waxahachie, Florida.
And did you have an opportunity during the course of your relationship with Michael Barison to visit both of those farms at times?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say those visits went from being strictly business to being business and personal or social?
Yes.
Did you ever stay overnight in New Jersey when you came to visit?
Yes, sir.
Where would you typically stay if there was a typical place?
Well, I would stay somewhere on the farm. There were different opportunities for places for me to spend the night, so I would usually stay on the farm at some place. It would change from time to time.
Can you generally describe for the jury, they've already seen some diagrams of the property, but what's your recollection of the general layout or some of the features of the property?
It's a lovely piece of property. From the road, there's a hill that goes up to the top, obviously, of the hill. There's a historic house that's there that's several stories high, which he restored. Up at the top, on the other side of the hill, there's a large horse complex that includes a club room, and behind that club room, there's a lovely indoor arena. To the left of that club room, there is a garage in which Michael had his cars. He loved antique cars. To the right, there was a long stables that came to the right. Behind all of that, there was another small stables over there. and you went down the hill on the other side, and below that was where the young stock was kept, and there was a small stable down there that was used for feeding them and giving them hay. And there were several outdoor paddocks, and there was also an outdoor dressage arena over to the right.
Now, you indicated that if you're driving on the driveway, that you would come up to a rise or a hill. If you went over the hill to where the stables and the clubhouse and that sort of thing are, could you see to the farmhouse?
You could see the upper part of the farmhouse. Yes, I mean, it was like 3 stories high, so you could see the upper part of the farmhouse. Yes, sir.
Now, you described a little bit about the layout of the stable and the club room. What are some of your distinctive memories of the club room area?
The club room had a very long table in the middle of it. It had furniture that you could sit and look out from the club room into the dressage arena, which was a very nice thing, particularly when it got chillier. There was a kitchen. Very often there were parties in there, like just an example, July the 4th, we usually had a cookout. There was a porch on the front as you walked into the club room. So there were various social activities that would happen in that club room.
What kind of things do you remember would be hanging on the walls in that club room?
There was memorability that Michael had from his various years in his horse world. There were various championship ribbons that he had. There were letters from people that he had helped in the horse world, thanking him for helping him on the walls.
Now, when you weren't at the property or weren't at one of the farms, how frequently would you communicate with the defendant?
I did not communicate. I was just trying to think on how to answer that. I did not communicate with him very often. I'm more, because Mary Haskins was at later living up there, I would more communicate with her.
Now, what was your experience, or let me ask you some questions about your experience related to the business that Michael Barisone was running. Do you know how many different stalls there were at the New Jersey farm for horses, for example?
I never counted.
You can give an estimate.
Okay, I'm going to say 20 plus.
And what was your experience with the number of horses that may be in those stalls?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
In other words, were the stalls typically more full, more empty, or something in the middle?
Oh, absolutely more full. He had some of his horses, and he had a lot of horses like mine who he had clients for, so it was mainly full.
Are you aware whether he had any employees or people working for him?
Yes, sir.
What was your understanding of that?
He had a gentleman who mucked out the stalls in the morning, and he usually had 1 or 2 working students.
What did you know the working students to do based on your observations or what you saw?
They would groom the horses. They would get the horses tacked up and saddled to be ridden. And there was a constant exchange of horses between, when Michael was there, between Michael, between Mary Haskins, and between Justin. And so the working students took care of that. They also took care of the feeding.
Now, you introduced yourself as a doctor.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your own professional experience and what you do for a living?
Okay, do you want me to talk about the degrees that I hold? Is that what you're asking me to do?
What's your background in education?
Okay. All right, so I hold a diploma degree in nursing, which is a 3-year degree. I have a Bachelor of Science in nursing. I have a Master's of Science in Psych Mental Health Nursing. I have a PhD degree in Marriage and Family Therapy. And I am a family nurse practitioner and a psych mental health practitioner.
And in a nutshell, what do you do now? What is your occupation now? What's your practice entail?
Okay, so in the town that I live in, I work for several different agencies there, doing medication management and also doing individual and family therapy.
Were you ever engaged in a formal professional relationship based on your position with Michael Barisone?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you ever interact with him in that regard on a personal or a friendly level?
Please ask that question in a different way.
Did you ever interact with him or have any dealings with him on a personal level that drew on your professional background?
Yes.
Based on the period of time that you knew the defendant, did you ever observe anything when you were with him related to his running the business?
Yes, sir.
And what might that be?
I observed how he managed his time, how he managed his clinics, his buying of selling of hay, his interest in different types of feed, those type things.
Did you ever have any observations or even talk to him with regard to any concerns he had about his finances or about the financial aspects of running a business?
We discussed that at times because he was always very cognizant of being able to fund this large organization, which is he alone was funding. So, yes, we discussed that at times.
That sort of leads into my next question, set of questions, which is about how expensive it can be to own a horse.
How much do you want to spend?
Well, what are some factors that could affect how much a horse costs to buy?
Well, the factors would be their breeding, would be how you want to use this horse. If you just want a horse that you can trail ride, then you're not looking at a real expensive horse. The kinds of horses that were there at those stables, the kind of horses that myself and MH were interested in were much, much higher priced horses that we were looking forward to doing the top level dressage national and international competition.
And what are some of the ongoing expenses that you may have after you buy the horse?
Oh, buying the horse was just the simple thing. So then you have feed, you have hay, you have watering, you have farrier bills, you have vet bills, you have tack, you have boarding if you're going to boarding somewhere, you have training, you need a trailer, you need a truck. Does that help you?
Is that just the tip of the iceberg?
Yeah, that's why I'm smiling, yes.
Now, you indicated that your purpose in wanting to buy those horses and your aspirations with the horses was to get them to the highest levels if possible.
Absolutely.
What role or effect does a trainer have in trying to accomplish a goal like that?
Oh, the trainer has a lot of responsibility in terms of their understanding of what it takes to do that, both for the horse and for the rider, and the experience that they had to be able to do that.
And based on your experience in the equestrian industry, similar to how you said if you have aspirations for a horse, it may cost more. Does it cost more for a better trainer?
Oh, absolutely, yes, sir.
Where would you, or how would you evaluate the defendant as a trainer based on your observations?
Exceptional.
Now, I want to direct your attention and ask you some questions about the gun. You mentioned earlier about owning a gun. And can you remind the jury what kind of a gun that was?
It was a 9mm Ruger, very small handgun.
Do you remember when you bought that gun? Approximately.
Sometime in the beginning of 2016.
And do you recall where you purchased it? What state?
No, sir, I do not.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in North Carolina.
And can you describe for the jury what were some of the steps that you had to take in order to be able to purchase the gun?
Yes, sir. The gun that I was looking for was very difficult to find because it was a small gun, so I went on the internet and called and contacted various dealers, pawn shops, and it ended up that this gun came from, I can tell you, somewhere in the Midwest. It was sent from there to a pawn shop in New Bern.
Now, did you just find the gun, order it online, and then walk into the pawn shop in New Bern and pick it up?
I did go in and pick it up, but I had to sign for it.
Did you have to do any other paperwork or go through any sort of checks or anything like that, an application process in order to buy the gun?
Yeah, yes, sir, I did. In North Carolina, you can have a concealed carry permit, and in North Carolina, for that, you have to go to a class for that. Then you have to go through the sheriff's department to apply for the concealed carry permit. I had to be fingerprinted. I had to fill out various forms. Right now I don't remember how many, but it just wasn't one or two. And then you had to have background checks done, both in the criminal system and in the mental health system.
And after all that comes back, is that when you get some sort of a permit and you're allowed to go pick up the gun?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that you wanted to purchase this particular gun. What was the reason you wanted to buy this specific gun?
I have a very small hand, very small fingers, so I needed a gun that had a very small grip.
What was the reason that you bought the gun?
I was going to do target shooting. I have some friends that have guns, and so we were interested in doing that together.
Did you ever travel with the gun?
At times I did, yes.
And specifically, did you ever travel with the gun when you would come up from New Bern to the Long Valley farm?
I did at times due to safety issues because I would leave New Bern after work in the afternoon, and there is no straight way to drive from New Bern to Long Valley. So you have to, in 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm driving through the countryside in the dark. And so at times when that would be happening, yes, I would have that with me.
What's the approximate amount of time it would take you to drive from New Bern to Long Valley?
Between 11 and 12 hours.
Did you ever take the gun with you when you would go down to the farm in Loxahatchee?
No, sir, I did not.
Can you tell the jury when you would travel with the gun, how would you transport it?
So the gun itself was transported with in the clip with a plastic clip in the magazine that came with the gun. So the gun was not loaded. The gun was in a pouch by itself. I had a truck at that time, and so we were taught in our course that the best place to put the gun is in the trunk of your car. And since I do not have a trunk in the car, it was in the back seat on the passenger side against the door in the back seat, which would be the farthest away, you know, for me to, if I wanted to try and get it, I could not reach it.
Now, you indicated that you would keep that orange plastic magazine inside the gun.
Yes, sir.
Did the gun come with any other magazines to put bullets into?
Yes, sir, it came with one.
How many did you typically have with the gun?
2.
Did the gun have any sort of a case or anything else?
You mean when I bought it?
When you bought it?
No, it did not come in a case.
Did you buy a case for it?
Yes, sir, I did.
What kind of case did you buy?
It was a material plastic case that had a zipper, and the inside had like velvet material, you know, crushed material for the gun, and a pocket for the gun. On the outside, there was a zipper for the magazines.
Now, Judge, if I could approach.
Certainly.
Judge, for the record, I'm going to hand forward S-177. I believe that's already in evidence.
It is.
S-181 already in evidence. S-202 in evidence. and S-178, which is not yet in evidence, but I would like to offer it at this time.
What number, counsel?
178.
I have no objection to that, Judge.
All right, 170, it's 179 that hasn't been admitted yet?
178, Your Honor.
178, all right, 178 is admitted into evidence, the other items are already in evidence.
Dr. Cox, if we could start with the white box there, that should have a red sticker on it that says S-177.
Yes, sir?
Can you open that up, please? And from looking at that, what is it?
It's a Ruger pistol.
And is that the same Ruger pistol that you purchased back sometime in 2016?
If it's the same serial number, yes, sir, it is.
Can you see the serial number there?
Yes, I can.
Is that the same serial number, or do you want to look at something to refresh your memory?
I don't have that number in my mind, but I know that you all checked it out.
Well, just for purposes of the record, I'm going to show you, I think it's S-173.
Judge, I'll stipulate that's her gun. That's
Right.
it.
Why? Parties are stipulating that the serial number on that gun matches the record, so it is, in fact, your gun. The parties have stipulated to that. All right?
And the
It's just-
answer is, yes, sir, it is my gun.
Mr. Shellhorn, did you catch the witness's answer? She did acknowledge that that was, in fact, her gun.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, very good. Move on. Next question.
Dr. Cox, if you could just hold that gun up and show it to the jury. And if it helps you to stand up, you could do that too.
You want me to walk around?
They've already seen it.
They've already seen it.
Yeah, just hold it up for
They're
them.
nodding. I think that, I'm sure they appreciate your offer. Now, Dr. Cox, and you can put it down, thank you. When you had that gun on August, in the beginning of August of 2019, and the defendant took it from you, did it have all those various safety mechanisms on it?
No, sir, it did not.
Judge, I apologize, I forgot to hand up S-191,
All right,
so
go
I am
ahead.
going to hand that up and ask if that could be identified at this time.
This?
Or should be moved into evidence at this time.
Oh.
I think it's already in evidence. S-191?
Yes, it is in evidence.
It is. It's in evidence.
Dr. Cox, I'm going to ask you S-191, if you could open that and take out what's in that bag. What is that?
It is a gun case.
And that's the gun case you indicated earlier. It didn't come with the gun, but you bought it on your own.
I bought it on my own.
Now, would it be typical for you to travel from North Carolina to New Jersey, if you had the gun with you, to have it in that case?
Yes, sir.
Would you have that case inside anything else when you would travel?
I have a backpack
Did you-
that I would have it in that contains, for instance, the gun cleaning equipment and then earphones that are to be used when you do target shooting.
Was there anything else in there? Did you ever carry ammunition?
Yes, there'd be ammunition in there as well. Yes.
Now, have you, having owned that gun for a number of years, have you actually shot that gun?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can you describe for the jury, when you would get to, for example, a shooting range, what would be the steps that you would take to prepare that gun to shoot?
So there would be a table out at the range, and so we
Does
have.
someone object for relevance?
What's the relevance, Mr. Shellhorn?
Judge, state of mind is an issue, this case, and certainly this is the gun that the state is alleging was used in the shooting. I think the process that would go into shooting the gun by someone who has actual knowledge of shooting the gun is relevant.
I'll allow it, overruled.
I should answer?
Yes, go ahead, you can answer, ma'am.
Okay,
And
thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Cox, don't ask me, ask the judge.
Yes.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, no, it's all right, no
I'm
worries.
sorry.
Yes, you
I
can
won't-
answer.
I won't do that again to you.
It's okay. Go ahead, you can answer
I
the
can
question.
answer now.
Yes, you
So there
can.
would be a table there, and there were multiple people there shooting, and there would be a range officer, and the officer would give us certain commands about what to do with the gun, reminding us always to put the gun going downrange, and they would tell us when we could put the clip in, and when the range was hot, and when the range was cold.
Backing up just a little bit then, when you would get there to the range and you were going to shoot the gun, when you arrived there, would it have that orange plastic magazine still in the gun? Or
Yes,
would you
sir.
have-
Yes, sir, it would.
And so you would have to remove that?
Yes, sir.
What's the process that goes into removing that orange plastic clip from the gun?
Well, on the side of the gun, there's a little button that lets the clip come out, so you'd have to push that button to get the clip to come out.
Judge, if I could just approach and
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sure you can't hold this up at the same time, but I'm gonna ask if you can point out, do you see where that would be?
It's over on the other side.
It's on the other side. And can you point out to the jury the general area on the other side where that would be?
So it'd be on this side, on the other side, so you could take your thumb and you could push that and it would drop the clip out.
And do you have S202 in front of you there? I think it's this right here.
Yes, it
Can
does.
you just open that up? Does that look like your orange clip?
Absolutely.
So where would that go, or where would that fall out of?
So that would fall out here.
And the purpose of that is what?
Safety.
So you would have to take that out of the gun before you could load bullets?
Oh, absolutely, yes, sir.
When you would typically get to the range, Dr. Cox, would you have bullets loaded into the magazine, or would you have to do that when you got to the range to shoot?
I usually carried one or two magazines in this case, were in the zipper thing. So I may have one magazine that was loaded and the other magazine I would have to load.
And I'll just ask you if you could look at S177, which is one of those folders in front of you, or envelopes in front of you.
I got a 178 and a 181.
I'm sorry, 178. Does that appear to be one of the magazines for your gun?
Yes, sir.
And are there bullets in that right now?
Yes, sir, there are.
Do you recall if there were bullets in that magazine when you gave it to Michael Barrison?
There would have been one of the magazines, there were two magazines. One of them would surely have had the bullets in it. The other one may not have had.
You can put that back in the, now you indicated it may be, you would typically have ammunition, not in that case that's in front of you, that's S191, but in your backpack in your car?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what kind of ammunition you would typically buy?
It would be 9mm.
And would you buy a particular brand or something else?
No, sir. Because all I was doing was target shooting, I bought the cheapest bullets that were out there. In North Carolina, you can buy bullets at various different places, so if I came across some, I would buy them.
Judge, if I can approach again?
Sure.
Dr. Cox, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S190. And I'll leave that if you could just take that out. Do you recognize S190?
I know what it is. Yes, sir. It's a box of bullets.
Do you know if that box of bullets was yours or not?
No, sir, I do not know.
Did you give any bullets or ammunition to Michael Barisone in a box or that sort of?
Absolutely, sir, I did not.
All right, you could put that back in the envelope. Thank you. Doctor, I'm going to ask you some questions about August of 2019.
August when?
Of 2019.
19?
2019. I think you indicated that you knew of Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin through your association with Michael Barison.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any personal knowledge of whatever agreements or arrangements they had with Michael Barison?
Yes, sir.
What was your personal knowledge?
The small bit of knowledge that I had was that Michael had an arrangement with Lauren and her family that.
Objection, Judge, it's got to be hearsay.
Where did you acquire your knowledge from, Dr. Cox?
Where did I
Yeah,
get it?
did you hear it from
From
someone?
Michael Barison.
All right. It's not hearsay. Comes from the defendant. Well, it's hearsay, but there's a exception to the hearsay rule. 803B would let it in. B1 in particular. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. Ask the question again, Mr. Shalhorn.
Dr. Cox, did you have conversations with Michael Barisone about the nature of the business relationship he had with Lauren Kanarek or Robert Goodwin or their family?
Yes, sir.
What was your understanding from the defendant of that relationship?
Lauren had several horses there that she was working with Michael Barisone, and my understanding was that they exchanged part of that board cost for Rob to do some work at Michael's property.
And did you observe around the property what some of that work was?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in general terms, what did that consist of?
It consisted of, in the stable, some new wiring, new lights, and putting in a ceiling in that stable. And in the home down near the street, working on the cellar that was there to produce some new bedrooms and some new plumbing there.
Do you remember when you came back to New Jersey in August of 2019? What day?
It would either have been a Thursday or a Friday.
And if I told you it was approximately August 2nd,
What
does
day
that
is that?
sound? I think it was Friday.
Objection, leading.
It is a little bit leading, Mr.
I'm just trying to
Shalhorn.
refresh your memory, Judge. I
Well, do you have something
can withdraw.
other than your own memory you can refresh her memory with?
Could I ask the court to take judicial notice of,
What's the date?
I'm just double checking so I make the record clear, Your Honor, that August 2nd was a Friday, Judge, according to the calendar on my computer.
Yes, I will take, I have a computer as well. I see a calendar, and it is, August 2nd was a Friday.
Does that sound generally consistent with your
Yes.
recollection, Doctor?
Yes, sir, that would be.
When you arrived back to the property on that date, what was your observation about the state of people and things going on at the property?
It was a very tense situation. People were worried, unsure about what was going to be happening. People were hesitant about kind of some goings and comings. But generally, everybody was upset.
When you got back to the property, did you know all of the specific details of what had been going on, or was that just basically your general impression when you got here?
I didn't know all the details, but I understood that there was conflict between Michael Barison and Lauren Kanarek.
Now, over the next several days from the time you got there, would you say that things got better, got worse, or stayed the same?
Oh, no, sir, they got much, much worse. Day after day after day.
Were you ever present at the property when Michael Barisone's lawyer came?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall if you were a party to or a part of any conversation or meeting he would have had with the lawyer?
Yes, sir.
And without getting into the specifics of what anyone said during that meeting, what was your general impression of the purpose for the meeting?
Objection, Judge, it has to be based on.
Yeah, it is based on hearsay. Where did the meeting take place, Ms. Cox?
It took place in the club room at the
All right.
stables.
Were you present?
Yes, sir, I was
All right,
present.
who else was present?
Michael was there, I believe Mary Haskins was there, the lawyer was there, and it could have been that Mary Haskins' father was there because he had come up to the stables.
All right. Approximately how long was the conversation?
The conversation was probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
All right, thank you.
During the
Mr. Shellhorn, I think I'm going to sustain
I'm moving on.
any further questioning about it would elicit hearsay statements of others, so it's classic hearsay and therefore not admissible.
Judge, can I get a date for that meeting conversation?
Do you recall the date, Dr. Cox?
Oh, absolutely not, sir. No.
Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Doctor, I want to ask you some specific questions about that conversation that you had with Michael Barrisone about the gun. Do you recall where on the property that conversation happened?
I do.
Where was that?
It was in the long aisle of all of those stables up near the wash stalls outside of Don Devon's stable.
Judge, I would like to show a photo. It's S319. I don't believe that has been identified or moved into evidence at this time. I apologize, it has. I think it was with the last witness.
Yes, 319 is in evidence.
Doctor, I think that may be on your screen in front of you as well, too, if that's easier for you to see.
That is easier, yes, sir.
What is S319 a picture of?
This is a picture of the long aisle on the right-hand side of the stables, where the majority of the stables were.
And what's at the far end of the aisle there?
So at the far end, there are two wash stalls on the right, and where you see that kind of black hole, it goes out into a docking bay.
And at that end of the aisle, if you were to take a left into that hallway, where does that go?
So when you got to the end of this aisle, if you went left,
Yes.
you went into the indoor arena,
And the clubhouse was right in front of that?
and the clubhouse was in front of that.
Where was the stall where Don Devone, your horse, was boarded?
His would have been, so if you're walking down this hallway, his would have been the last stall before you get to the wash stalls.
Now, is that the area that you were in when you had that conversation with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did he come and approach you, or did you go and approach him?
He came and approached me.
And do you remember approximately what day that was?
It would have been on either like Friday or Saturday. It was late in the evening when that happened.
Do you recall generally what the defendant asked you or said to you?
Yes, The conversation started out just generally about what was going on, and then he asked me if I had brought my gun with me on this trip, and I said I had. He wanted to see it.
Had he ever asked you to see your gun before?
He had not asked me to see it. We had talked about it, but he had not asked to actually see it before.
What did you do after he asked you that?
He wanted to see it, so I got the gun from my car in the case that you saw here, and we looked at it
And where did you look at it with the defendant?
in front of Don Devon's stall.
Was anyone else in the area at that time?
No, sir, there were not.
You said that that was at nighttime.
It was late in the evening.
Can you give an approximate time when you say late in the evening? What does that mean?
Around midnight or after.
Did he know where the handgun was, or did he just ask you to go get it?
Well, how would he know that?
That's what I'm asking.
I mean, if he said anything about it, like go get it from the car or words to that effect,
Did he, yes, I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
please do that.
Did he ask you specifically to go get it out of the car?
Yes.
When you brought it back in, you had said that it was still in that case?
Yes, sir.
And were the 2 magazines in the case with it?
Yes.
The orange plastic clip was in the handgun itself?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that possibly one of the clips was fully loaded?
Yes.
Do you recall how much ammunition or how many bullets one of those magazines held?
7.
But your recollection is that one of them would have been empty?
It could have been empty, or it could have just had 1 or 2 bullets in it.
Did he give you the handgun back after he looked at it?
No, sir, he did not.
Did he open the case and look at the handgun itself, or did he just look at the case?
We looked at the case and opened it up to see the handgun and then closed it back up.
Do you remember if he took the handgun out of the case at all?
No. No, he did not take it out of the case.
Did you see where he took it specifically?
Yes, sir. He took it into the club room.
Did you watch where he went from there?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he tell you what he was going to do with it?
No, sir, he did not.
Did you ask him what he was going to do with it?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you have any concerns with giving it to him at that time?
Absolutely, sir, I did not at that time.
Now, I'll draw your attention to August 7th, which is a Wednesday. Do you remember what you were doing? Let me ask you this. Were you still at the farm on Wednesday, August 7th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you recall what you were doing that morning?
Yes, sir. I was at that long table that we had talked about before. I was sitting at the end of the long table that was next to the front windows doing some work on my computer, my laptop.
Mr. Shellhorn,
Yes, Judge.
do you know how much longer you're going to be approximately?
10 to 15 minutes. So I could either finish now or I could,
Well, it's 4:35 now.
I think either way we'll probably need
Tomorrow
to
anyway,
finish
so we got to
tomorrow,
do
so-
close. All right.
But I don't anticipate taking a long time to finish with the
All right.
document.
I don't want to go too much over. It was just 5 minutes or so. I'd say we could finish, but 10 or
On my
15.
last page, but I don't want to make any promises.
No, I understand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our evening recess now. It's a little bit past 4:30, and there may be days when we stay a little bit later to finish up, but it's too early in the trial to push it. So we'll break now. We'll come back tomorrow. Please be here around 8:30 or so we can get started as close to 9 as possible. All right, please don't discuss the case. Have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
I ask the prosecutor who he's gonna call tomorrow?
Sure, you can step down, Dr. Cox. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
so I'm sure Mr. Shellhorn may want to speak to you, but we'll figure we'll get started close to 9 o'clock, so
Sir, I'll
maybe
leave you.
8:30. All right, we'll see you then. Nice seeing you again, Tom.
You too.
Officer, just have her stay down here until the jurors leave, if you would. It's Dr. Cox. Yeah.
The prosecutor guys.
Okay. Mr. Shellhorn, what's the batting order for tomorrow?
Judge, I anticipate we would finish with Dr. Cox.
Yes.
I have Vanessa Medrano Cortez, the DCP&P worker,
All right.
is slated to be here in the morning, and I anticipate Ms. Kanarek will be called tomorrow.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
Oh, Judge,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett just reminded me, I didn't want to give Mr. Harden and Ms. Gray the okay to be released. I think they're finished at this point, so I was going to tell them they're free to travel back to Florida, and then if there's a need to recall them by the defense, I assume they'll make those arrangements.
All right, yeah, I think that's the best way to proceed, especially since we're in the middle of Dr. Cox's testimony and we're gonna hear from Ms. Kanarek.
Do we have an estimate as to when you're gonna finish your case? Things have,
Judge, based on where we are right now, somewhat dependent on cross-examination, obviously.
Of course.
I can make the representation to the court that the doctor from the hospital has office days on Mondays and Thursdays. So he had asked, so he didn't have to postpone any surgeries or operations, which would be on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Fridays, if he could be called on one of those 2 days.
On what days?
If he could be called on a Monday or a Thursday.
All right.
So I have him on standby.
Have him
this
here for Thursday.
Assuming that.
And where does he work, at Morristown
Yes.
Memorial?
And so I guess my point being, if we don't get to him on Thursday, my anticipation would be I would at least need to call him on Monday, depending.
All right, well, we'll probably get to him, we'll try to fit him in on Thursday. If we have to take him a little bit out of order, we'll take him a little bit out of order, just to get it finished.
Should I tell him, I'll coordinate that with him.
Just coordinate, tell him Thursday, and we'll see where we stand tomorrow at close of business to see who's on the stand and how much longer we anticipate things going.
Yes.
so other than the doctor,
But I don't anticipate, beyond that, I think I only have 3 other witnesses,
All right,
or, no.
all right,
My
so,
co-counsel is telling me I have grossly, 5,
yeah, all right.
but I don't think that they're.
So, probably won't finish this week, but maybe early next week you'll
I think we'll
finish.
be very close to finishing this week.
Yeah, well,
Over the next
again, it
week is
depends on the
best.
cross-examination of the witnesses, but either at the end of this week or early next week. All right, but we'll try to get the doctor in on Thursday.
Can I collect this evidence, Judge?
Yes, go ahead. All right, Mr. Del Grasso, have all the jurors left? All right, very good. People observing the trial can now leave. We'll see you tomorrow.